Okay, guys. Thank you, all of you, for a great job of your rams. 3 years ago, I didn't expect that what I will feel like now. You know what I mean? I talked 3 days ago with Daniele Biondi in London that because of this competition, I probably like unaged rams much more than before, and similar or maybe better than the H1 rams. So this is my situation now. So thank you all, guys, doing such a great job. And big congratulations about your rams, because I didn't expect that. I could think about it, that this is the turn, that these rams could come to great final, but I didn't expect that such a high scores. So after that, you're joining to this meeting. So thank you guys. You did a great job, and I hope you won't stop. I hope you will do something more and more. Let me introduce you to our Polish guys.
Chris, quick question, because I guess a lot of people are really curious about the reveal list. You promised to put it in the chat, and actually it's not there. Maybe only people who joined very early can see them.
You don't see the chat?
I see the chat, and I see people saying hi, starting with Sławek, but like I don't see the list, and there are a few other people complaining in the list. They don't see the list.
And do the list. Okay, give me a second. No, Roberto. Here you go.
Fantastic, thanks.
This is tonight turn and a number of samples. Can you see that now?
Yep.
Okay. So let's start it. Guys, once again, let me introduce you to our Polish guys. Kochani, Andrew Nicholls jest właścicielem, spróbuję po kolei, tak jak będą występować. Jest założycielem i właścicielem marki William George Ram, i on przedstawi ten swój projekt jako pierwszy dzisiaj. Też dlatego, że trochę się spieszy, bo biega od spotkania do spotkania, więc a że jego rum jest jednym z łagodniejszych dzisiaj, to zdecydowałem się jego rum wsadzić jako pierwszy dzisiejszej listy. Kolejną osobą będzie, nie widzę teraz, czy mi się gdzieś przewinęło, czy nie. Nie widzę jeszcze Benjamina, to o Benjaminie może później. Kolejną osobą, którą tutaj widzę, Joshua Singh, słuchajcie, to jest jeden z moim odczuciu a wręcz nawet chyba przekonaniu, jeden z najbardziej zapracowanych łowców, jeżeli tak można go nazwać, rumów z całego świata. Ma mnóstwo projektów, od bardzo słodkich do bardzo estrowych, wytrawnych, także jest naprawdę bardzo szeroko idzie. Podróżuje po całym świecie i gdzie natrafi na coś ciekawego, to bierze do swojego projektu i kombinuje gdzieś tam po magazynach, w starzeniu, w różnych beczkach i całkiem dobrze mu to wychodzi. Co czyni go bardzo pewnym siebie przy okazji, tak? Ale rzeczywiście te rumy jego się świetnie bronią. I dzisiaj są aż 4 jego produkty, tak? Więc naprawdę zrobił świetną robotę. Kogo dalej mamy? Robert Polo. Robert Polo jest przedstawicielem jamajskich rumów na Czechy. Współpracuje z Appleton i jest twórcą i założycielem projektu Warehouse, selekcji na czeski rynek i są to głównie, znaczy są to w zasadzie wyłącznie jamańskie rumy, wszystkie o poziomie 63%, tak, 63% alkoholu, o różnych markach, więc też jest szeroki wachlarz tych rumów. Dzisiaj do półfinału jego trafiły 3 rumy. On też później będzie o tych rumach opowiadać. Czy kogoś jeszcze mamy tutaj? Nie widzę. No dobra, to kolejnych przedstawicieli przedstawię później. Andrew, you can start now. Tell us how you get to the final. What did you do and how did you do that?
I'm still trying to figure that out, Chris. No, thank you so much for having me here, and it's lovely to be here. It's International Daiquiri Day, of course. So I'm doing a little tour. I'm in Manchester at the moment, so if there's a bit of background noise, then I apologize. But yeah, Chris, so as far as I know, I should be here and chat a little bit about William George to give people an understanding of what it is. So my name, Andrew Nicholls. I did this initially with my brother, Richard, same surname. We did William George because a lot of it actually stemmed from an introduction I had when I was in Barbados. So I got to go on this beautiful rum trip to Barbados in about 2014. And while I was there, I met a guy called Frank Ward. And Frank was heading up the Mount Gay Rum Refinery at the time. And he said something to me that just got me thinking so much, which was, he said, why will people pay top dollar for Blanco tequila, but not for white rum? And he gave me a taste of a product that he has called Mount Gilboa, and it blew my mind. And I just thought about that, and his words rang through my head so much. And I got back to Amsterdam, which is where I live. And I said to my brother, we need to do a white rum. And we need to do a white rum that's going to help change people's perspective of what white rum is. It has to be different. It has to have flavor. It has to, be like what Frank was doing. And my brother said, okay, great. I got hold of Carsten at ENA Skier. And I said, Carsten, I'd love to do a rum. And he said to me, Andrew, okay, what do you want in the rum? And I said, delicious. And he said, okay, Andrew, but which distilleries do you want in there? And I said, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I said, this is just the beginning. I said, here's how I want to start. I was like, these are the rums I love. These are the styles I love. I'm like, let's put together some samples where you don't tell me what's in it yet, and then we'll put it together. And also he said to me, what's the budget? I was like, delicious. All right. So that was the budget as well. So it took 2 years of going backwards and forwards, and Carsten would send me these samples and I would start blending them together myself and, loving the process. And then eventually I said to Carsten, okay, this is what I want. So then my next questions were, what's in it? And how much is it going to cost me? And so obviously I'd been tasting everything along the way. And of course I had an idea what most of it was, but I didn't have a definitive answer on what was in it. And so by the time that process ended, he said to me, Andrew, this is what's in it. And he said, and this is the price point. So I sent that number to my brother, who's the finance person between the two of us. And he said, oh, Andrew, it's twice the price of like a Bacardi or something like that. He said, it's a lot more expensive. And there was another very key moment. So Frank Ward, meeting him was a key moment in this story. But another key moment was a dear friend of mine who unfortunately is no longer around. And he's not in rum, he was in tequila, and his name was Thomas Estes. And Thomas was a bit of a father figure to me in the drinks industry. So I was a bartender for 20 years. And Thomas I remember speaking to him the one day when he was alive, and he said to me, or I said to him, like, this, it's going to be twice the price of a product. And so I'm nervous that it won't sell. And he said, Andrew, when I started Ocho Tequila, do you think it was the same price as Mixto Tequila? And I was like, no, it was a lot more expensive than Mixto Tequila. And he said, everyone said to him that it wouldn't be in speed rails and it wouldn't be, you know, like in bars around the world and like as being a pouring kind of tequila. And if you go around bars today, there's a huge number of them that have Ocho Tequila in their speed rail. And Thomas believed from the very beginning in the quality that he had in the product and the fact that it would sell. So that hearing his voice running through my head after my brother said it was going to be twice the price of other like more mainstream products was very important. So is it okay if I explain a little bit about what the label is, and then I'll say what the actual components of the rum is? So because my brother and I were two family members coming together to do this, we wanted to maintain that family element running through the product itself. And we never got to meet our grandfathers, unfortunately. They both died before we were born, but my mother's father was William and my father's father was George. And so the brand is named after my grandfather's. It's called William George. If you look on the label over here, so you can see that there's a compass with a quill running through the compass. Now, of course, the compass is integral to navigation. If we weren't able to navigate, things wouldn't have moved around the world. And of course, also, I think like because we're in rum, it's really important. I think we have a moral obligation to acknowledge that a part of that navigation was slavery, and a part of that navigation was humanity at its most evil point. And it's very, very important for us, I think, to acknowledge that. And so that's part of the reason why that compass is there. There's that navigation, but there's also the acknowledgement of where rum has come from to it being an integral part of culture in parts of the Caribbean today. So we link it to that. But then also, if you look at the angle of this quill, there's relevance to that. So my grandfather, William, moved to Zambia in 1938, and my grandfather, George, moved to Zimbabwe in 1956. And on the border of those two countries, of Zambia and Zimbabwe, is a place called Victoria Falls. It is one of the most stunning natural sights you will ever see. If you haven't been to Victoria Falls yet, please go and see it. It is amazing. It's the largest waterfall in the world, 1.7 kilometers wide. So if you were standing at Victoria Falls in 1956, true north was 11 degrees west of magnetic north. So that is why that quill is at that angle. It is 11 degrees to the west of magnetic north. So for my brother and I, that becomes our moral compass, okay? Like we named this after our grandfathers. And when we look through the history of our grandfathers, the only way we could do it was stories from our parents and letters that they had written. Because again, we never got to meet them. And I remember reading one letter from my grandfather, William, to my granny, where he was going through bankruptcy at the time. And he wrote a letter to my granny because he couldn't be with her on her birthday. And he said to her, I'm so sorry that there's no money right now. He said, here is a check in the post. So this little bit of money that he could put into a check. He said, please go and take this. Go get yourself something nice for your birthday. And then there will be more in the future. He promises there will be more in the future. And in this letter, he wishes her blissful happiness for decades of time. When I opened up the rest of the letter, the check fell out. My granny never went and cashed the check, right? Like it was, that to me spoke so much. It was really, really heavy thing for me to see. But it ties back to, they came from a time where your word was valuable. There was meaning, there was significance to the people in your life. And so we wanted to make sure that with that truth, that honor, that integrity that they had back then, my grandfathers, that they would be proud of what we're doing with this. Not so much whether they like the liquid, but whether they would be proud of how we conduct ourselves. And so that is our moral compass for that. And on the side over here at the bottom, it says blissful happiness for decades of time. And that is my grandfather's handwriting from that letter that he wrote to my granny. So blissful happiness for decades of time. For most of us, in fact, for all of us, I imagine life will be decades. We don't get to live for centuries. So it'll be decades. And so when somebody's having a drink like I have here, it's a great toast to you and to blissful happiness for decades of time. So I'll cheers to you guys right now. Ooh. And then the last little thing on the label there is inside the compass, and on the inside of the label there, and on the top over here, you can see that there is elephant skin print. Okay, so that's meant to be like an elephant skin. And it's an animal that my grandfathers loved. It's an animal that everyone in my family loves. And so we wanted to just throw there's that natural element to it as well. But that is the elephant skin print that my grandfathers both loved. So that's the story behind the label. And then, of course, there's the liquid inside the bottle. And that's why we're here, right? So it's Daiquiri Day. We're not drinking the label. We're drinking the liquid inside the bottle. So it's important. So the liquid inside the bottle is a blend of rums from Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. So we have 4 rums from Jamaica in there. All of them are pot still and all of them are unaged. So we've got Worthy Park, New Yarmouth, Hamden Estate, and Clarendon. Those are the distilleries. Obviously, distilleries like Clarendon have column stills, but everything that we get is pot distillate. And then, of course, the 2 rums from Trinidad and Tobago from TDL are an unaged multi-column. And then also, of course, a multi-column that has been, it's a blend of multi-columns that are 3 to 5 years old, which are then carbon filtered to remove most of that color. So when you taste William George, you might notice that there's like a bit of a vanilla, cacao, raisin type note that I always get that on the back of the palate. For somebody else, it might be different. And you're right. Okay. Whatever you smell or taste, you're right. So it's that vanilla, cacao, raisin notes at the back of the palate rounds it off for me. When I was putting the blend together with Carsten, at first, I got a lot of character on the front and the middle of the palate, but then it kind of died on the back of the palate. Now, if you remember what I said earlier, I wanted this to be a white rum that changed the consumer's perception of white rum. And in order to do that, I have to make sure it's a white rum that people can sip as well as mix with. So making sure that there was something at the back of the palate was integral to completing that process. So that last little bit rounds it off. And now, as somebody else, a bartender 20 years, and when you've just done 300 cocktails in a night, the last thing you are going to do when you get home is make a cocktail. I promise you, it's the last thing you're going to do. So you have a beer and you have a nice little shot of rum, and that little note at the back of the palate was super important to just rounding it off. I chose 43% alcohol because I tried it from 40% to 46%, okay, like 1% intervals. And what I noticed was that when I mixed it with different things, at 40%, the rum kind of got overpowered by some mixes. Whereas at 46%, it smashed through everything. So the rugby fans in the room might remember an old rugby player from South Africa called Bucky's Boothe. Okay, at 46%, this was Bucky's Boothe. It just smashed everything. So we decided that obviously because we wanted balance, that was too high. So the spot where we noticed that there was that balance between the rum not overpowering things and the ingredients not overpowering the rum, the other ingredients, was at 43%. And again, going back to that, a rum that'll challenge people's perception of white rum. The average consumer, I think, will have a hard time drinking something that's super high ABV. And so we wanted to also make sure that it was somewhere where you still had that flavor profile, but it was going to be approachable to the average consumer as well, something that they can get their heads around. And then from there, explore the category as well. We have so many beautiful rums in this panel today. If I would be so happy if, we get to have people trying each other's rums because we've being able to share that love and get people interested in the category. So that's part of what I want to do. I think it's something where when I taste this, and when you get into the tasting notes, it's kind of difficult in a way because everyone's tasting notes are their tasting notes. So when I give people my tasting notes, they are my tasting notes. And if you get something that's completely different, then by all means, that's what you get. And you are not wrong. You're 100% correct in what you taste in William George. Again, it's all about creating something that hopefully is going to get people into the category a bit more and exploring the category a bit more. And then, as small run producers, we get to help each other out and push things along the way and get more people into the category. So that's very, very much what we're all about at William George. To anybody who, of course, got these samples and got to make some drinks and all the rest, we hope that you enjoyed it. And I don't know, Chris, like, if I'm over, I don't know how far I am in terms of how much time I'm meant to be speaking for here, but if anybody maybe has a question for me or something, they're very welcome to ask it right now. I kind of rushed through that a bit so that I didn't spend too much time doing the blah, blah.
You are entering perfect time now. Because we started 10 past 7. So yeah, it's pretty old. So yeah, you are really on time now.
Perfect. Thank you.
Andrew, it's a beautiful story. Beautiful story, beautiful rum. And yeah, I really congratulations to you that you do that. If you guys have any questions to Andrew, you can do this now. If not, we go to the next special guest. Anyone? No.
I'll go for one.
Oh, Joe.
Yeah,
Hello.
I'll go for one. Hi.
Hey,
Nice to see you all again. Nice to see you again, Andrew. It's a request. Can you maybe bring out a higher proof? Maybe 51 point something, maybe something like that sounds nice. So if you do, that would be great.
Joe, like, it's coming very, very soon. So we'll, I might save that for another chat sometime. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention that here because it's the Daiquiri presentation, but there is something that is coming out and it's going to be around the 50-something%. But we'll say more about that very soon.
Cheers.
Okay, Pablo, do you have a question? Because you put something.
No, the heart was just enthusiasm about overproof William George coming.
Okay, one guy asked in a chat if this rum will be available in Poland market.
So watch this space. There's lots about that coming very, very soon. So it's very soon. Yes.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Okay, one more time, Andrew. Thank you very much. We have to go now to the next special guest. I really appreciate that you agreed to join our session. So we will see soon, I think. And one more time, thank you very much for joining.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Bye. Thanks.
Cheers.
They have Benjamin. Benjamin is the next one.
Hello,
Yes.
how's it going?
Hello, Benjamin. Nice to see you again, guy.
Good to see you. Can I just say, it should be a rule in rum that nobody should follow Andrew Nicholls. It's an impossible task. It's an absolutely impossible task. Is it okay if I share my screen? I just got your message actually about a...
Give me a second. You won't share your screen, yes? So you won't be a host for a moment. Let me introduce you because you just joined. So let me introduce you to Polish guys. Kochani, to jest Benjamin Boothe, który jest właścicielem marki Tamosi, założycielem i w zasadzie głównym prowadzącym ten projekt. Może że za niedługo, wiem, że są prowadzone rozmowy, nie wiem na jakim etapie, ale możliwe, że za niedługo produkty Tamosi będą dostępne w Polsce. I co część z Was miała okazję Benjamina poznać przy okazji 2 naszych degustacji. Pojawiło się już nowe produkty od Benjamina, więc myślę, że za parę miesięcy pojawi się nowa degustacja. Nowe rzeczy są naprawdę wyśmienite od niego, więc kwestia paru miesięcy, jak zabutylkuję resztę i lecimy dalej. Benjamin, this is your turn now.
Fantastic.
Okay. Give me
Whilst happens, I'll give you a short introduction into myself. So yeah, I'm Benjamin Boothe. I am the owner and founder of Tamosi Rum and the Velier Rum Company. Heritage-wise, I'm half Guyanese, half Jamaican, which will become relevant at a later point in this presentation. My Guyanese family were actually distillers in Guyana. So from around 1900 to 1950, my great-grandfather and my great-great-grandfather were distillers at both the Albion and Blairmont plantations in Guyana. So very much rum is in my blood and in my family. And I kind of got into rum, I'd probably say very young, too young, maybe. It was always available at family events. I think the first time I tasted rum actually was high-proof Jamaican rum. I was about 10 years old, visiting some family in Jamaica, and there was a bunch of Jamaican rums on the table, and I kind of snuck a cap full of each, and then I think fell asleep after about 10 minutes. But I enjoyed the experience so much that I decided to start my own rum company many years later. I will share the screen. Get too many windows open. Yeah. So, yes. So in terms of our rums, I basically try and bottle everything from easygoing sippers to sort of very pristine single casks. I don't tend to think of rum in the classic sense of sort of like nose, palate, and finish. I think of it in terms of texture, structure, transitions, acidity, and overall uniqueness. And that's something that I try to embody both in my blends, but also in my single casks. I pick rums either directly from distilleries or via brokers, depending on what's available. So I do work also with Sphere for the blends, and some barrels I will buy from Maison or other brokers, but also sometimes directly from distilleries where that's possible. It's not always possible. And even sometimes when it is possible, the shipping costs and freight, etc., is just ridiculous. So it makes it very difficult. So yeah, the barrels that we pick, typically I look for barrels that have potential, things that I think if I age for maybe a couple more years will become great, right? So they don't have to be fantastic straight away, but things I think have the potential to be great. And then basically my job as a bottler and ager is to realize that potential. That can be by swapping out the barrels, that can be by just leaving it in the same barrel for a longer time. It can be from taking parts of it into smaller barrels and then reintroducing it into the larger barrel, things like this. But I think most of all, you know, I'm a rum lover. I always have been. And, you know, when I started the conception of this project in 2017, I felt that there was a real need for rum bottled by rum lovers. A lot of indie bottlers at that time came from the whiskey world, and you know, they have a good understanding of spirits, but when you grow up in rum, I think your appreciation is there and it comes out in your bottling. Also, no additives. I think nothing that you taste today or no one that you speak to today will add anything to their rums, but it's always worth mentioning. So next to the rums, we also do something a little bit different as well. So as I said, my heritage is Caribbean, and what I saw in a lot of rum branding and the stories that are told around rum and rum books and rum history books is that there is a huge part of Caribbean history that is missed out of that discussion. So what I really wanted to do was kind of introduce aspects of Caribbean culture that are largely ignored back into the conversation when we talk about rum, but also when we talk about Caribbean history. So the brand Tamosi essentially deals with the pre-Columbian history of the Caribbean, right? So the indigenous populations of the Caribbean and their culture. Now that history dates back around 11,000 years in South America. So Suriname, Guyana, Venezuela, etc., at least 11,000 years. There are some indications that it might be much more than that, but at least 11,000 years, and around 6,000 years on the islands themselves, right? So the first waves of migration into the Caribbean supposedly came from the Yucatan province into areas like Cuba and Jamaica, and then downwards, and then maybe, I think 3,000 years later, you had another wave of migration that was coming up from South America. So from the Orinoco Delta that borders Venezuela and Guyana. Unfortunately, everyone knows the date, 1492. It's when Columbus arrived. It did not take long for the population of the Caribbean to be reduced by 85 to 90%, which is a huge loss of life, but also a huge loss of culture. And, you know, my hope is with what history and culture survives, I can help in some very small way to sort of reintroduce this back into the public consciousness. So I also wanted to dispel some very long-held myths, right? So the first is the Columbus discovery myth. It's very difficult to discover a place where people are already living. I think that's a no-brainer. But also a very successful myth that was told throughout that colonial period and kind of survived to today is that, you know, the people that live there were in some way heathens or savages or uncultured, and that's really not true. Once you go through these stories and oral histories that I put on the bottles, you kind of see that they had very complex societies and complex ways of thinking about things. And actually, the Europeans probably learned more from the indigenous population of the Caribbean than the other way around. So, I'll skip these. This is, if I do all of this, then we'll be here for about half an hour. Okay, so one thing that people don't really seem to know that much about or understand is actually the indigenous population of the Caribbean actually had quite an integral role in sugar plantation economies and rum making. So I do a lot of research into Guyanese Caribbean or Guyanese history in particular, sort of 1600s, 1700s predominantly. I live in Amsterdam. I have done for 12 years now, and Guyana actually was colonized by the Dutch in that period. So that's actually something that a lot of Guyanese don't even remember as well, which is very strange. It was almost 200 years. But it kind of made me want to dig into that a little bit more. You know, I speak a little bit of Dutch, so I was able to go through all of those archives. It takes a long time, and it's old Dutch and it's all handwriting and no one can spell for shit. So it takes me a while to go through all of these records. But what comes out is really amazing. So if you look at the way that the indigenous populations of Guyana interacted with sugar and rum and the plantation economy, it's quite interesting. So between around 1630 and 1793, there was actually an Amerindian slave trade, right? So the Caribs, Arawaks, and the Akawayo would essentially act as slavers, bringing other indigenous peoples into the plantations, and to quite a high degree as well. So in 1700, approximately 25% of the enslaved population on the plantations were indigenous. That went down to 10% in 1750, not because they were bringing less people, but the importation of African labor basically skyrocketed through the 1700s, so proportionally it just became less. You can also see that back if you look at the Berbice and Skeppy Dutch Creole languages, which were the languages that were developed on the plantations. Around 10% of them were Arawakan words, and then probably another 40% were Kalabari, so an Eastern Ijo language, which is sort of from where southern Nigeria today would be the rough area, and then the rest was Dutch. And these languages actually were very important because what they had done, they brought people from many different nations from Africa, speaking many different languages with many different cultures and histories and religions, and then you add to that all of the many different indigenous nations they brought onto the plantations as well. The Berbice and Skeppy Dutch Creole languages were languages that actually enabled them to communicate with each other, right? So, I mean, the reason why they had so many different nations brought onto one plantation would essentially be, if people can't communicate, then they can't rebel. So these languages basically enable people to communicate and gave them a sense of power, which also led to a number of rebellions throughout the 1700s in particular. Trading goods, this was another thing. So, you know, the plantations were very much focused on just producing sugar, right? And so in order to get foodstuffs, they would basically trade with, you know, the Caribs, Arawaks, predominantly the Arawaks. Services such as fishing, hunting, and clearing land, which was very important in Guyana because Guyana is very dense forest. So clearing land was integral. Maroon catchers and rebellion busters, this is slightly unpleasant, but you know, when enslaved people would run away or have rebellions, they would essentially pay their sort of allied indigenous nations to, you know, break up those rebellions or catch those maroons, and they were very effective at that. It was their land. They knew how to navigate that land. So it's an unpleasant aspect of history, but you know, an honest one. Both defending and attacking the colonies. So the Caribs initially would attack very regularly the colonies. I think if you look at Suriname, I think it took them about 10 tries over 15 years to set up just a small settlement in Paramaribo, because the Caribs would basically come every 2 years and just destroy the whole thing. One thing that a lot of people don't know actually is, on an annual basis, the Dutch would pay rent to the indigenous nations. It would basically pay them in goods and things like this, but they would pay them rent essentially to be there. And if they didn't pay them rent, then they would get in trouble. So there's this very sort of famous story of a Carib leader coming to the Dutch in Essequibo and basically saying, look, you haven't paid us, so what we're going to do is next time you have a rebellion, we're going to join the rebellion and we're going to wipe you out. And then they got paid straight away. Yeah, and the last point, let's call it the second last point. A very interesting story where when the British first came to Barbados, it was the captain was called Powell. When the British first came to Barbados, the first thing they did was go to Essequibo. They talked to the Dutch governor there, and they basically said, look, we don't have any goods. We don't have any vegetation. We have nothing to grow on Barbados. There's nothing there. There's only some wild pigs. That's it. So the Dutch governor said, okay, I'll give you some stuff. And in those in that basket of goods was sugarcane. But with them went about 30 to 40 Arawaks, and they taught the English how to grow sugarcane in Barbados. And then very shortly afterwards, you have rum coming from Barbados. Maybe the other thing that I will mention that is not here is if you look at sort of old documents in terms of what was drunk on the plantations largely by the enslaved populations, they're almost all Amerindian drinks, almost all Indian drinks, indigenous drinks, sorry. Now, that suggests that they're all fermented drinks, by the way. So that suggests that there was an abundance of fermentation knowledge on those plantations in those early days coming from indigenous peoples. And that would have naturally filtered down into the fermentation that was used for rum as well. So early rum would have had a very heavy influence of indigenous fermentation methods. And that's something that for me is absolutely fascinating. Okay. So I've bored you enough with a bit of this. I cut it down, right? So I cut it down. So the rum that we are here to discuss for the Daiquiri competition, it is the Unaged Heritage Blend. It is essentially a blend of Jamaican and Guyanese rums, and as I mentioned at the top of this, I am half Jamaican and half Guyanese. So this rum is essentially me, right? Half Jamaican, half Guyanese, and completely lacking in any sort of maturity. It's a white rum. It's an unaged rum. It was kind of an experiment, all right? So in around 2019, I came up with this blend. I didn't release it until last year. The experiment was I wanted to take some powerful rums from both Jamaica and Guyana and just to see if they would work together, right? So Port Morant and then some Hampton rums. Let's see what happens. Let's see how crazy we can get and see if it's actually enjoyable or do they not get along? It turns out they do. But in 2019, I didn't think that it was the right time for this rum, right? I think the rum world has moved very quickly, and I'm glad of that because I didn't have to sit on this blend for more years. But at the time, I didn't think that the rum world was really ready for a blend of very powerful rums like this. So essentially, it's a blend of Port Morant, DLR from Guyana, and then from Jamaica, 2 rums from Hampton, HGML and El Rock. So HGML, you will know, has around sort of 1,100 grams per hectoliter of absolute alcohol of ethyl acetate. So quite a funky rum, but genuinely one of my favorite marks from Hampton. It's super fruity, and I think it avoids some of the slightly sharper and difficult notes that you get when you move above this ester range. El Rock, I also absolutely adore this mark as well. For me, it has some slight sort of savory notes to it, sometimes a little bit smokiness in the back. I think it's the most well structured of the Hampton marks. Port Morant, all-time favorite, to be honest. Unaged Port Morant is something that, you know, until recently people didn't really get to try. So a lot of people thought of Port Morant as, okay, you have this sort of anise, sweetwood flavor to it and stuff like this. But actually, Unaged Port Morant is really heavy on these green notes, right? These sort of green grassy notes is absolutely beautiful. And then DLR, it's a light column still rum, but actually adds a little bit of drinkability and backbone to it. There's not too much in it, but enough to help it along. I didn't really actually design this to be a daiquiri rum, and that's probably not something I should say in a daiquiri competition. But I actually designed it as a sipping rum. I wanted essentially to show that you don't need age and you don't need it to be super low ABV in order to have a really delicious sipping rum. And I think this is something that is it's done in other spirit categories as well, sometimes more successfully than rum. I think with rum, with unaged, we tend to go to like super high essence stuff, or sort of, you know, lighter cocktail rums that sort of stemmed from the tradition from the 80s. But I wanted to create something that was just beautifully sippable, had tons of flavor, but also keeps you interested, right? So every sip with this, I get something new. On the nose, it's incredibly fruity, but on the palate, it's very mature. You know, it's got this sort of like dry grassy notes, almost woody, dry grassy notes, and yeah, for me, it's got a lot of beautiful structure to it. So my philosophy with blending essentially is I want to be true to the origins of the rum, but also want to create something completely unique, right? And I think actually these two elements, these Jamaican and Guyanese elements, lend to that very well. You really get each element. So in the nose, you really get the Jamaica. On the palate, the Port Mouron really comes through. But it also tastes like nothing else that I have tasted before, which is always exciting for me, right? Like blending is where I get to be creative, right? Like when I'm bottling a single barrel, it's fantastic. I find something amazing. You know, my creativity is in aging and my barrel choices and stuff like this. But here I get to create something completely new, and I think we have an opportunity in blending to really push the boat out in terms of what we do, and this is essentially my entry into that, right? This is my my love letter to blending. Tasting notes, you know, I like Andrew says, everyone has very individual tasting notes. I tend not to think in tasting notes. I tend to think in experiences. This is a rum that I essentially cannot put down. I've gone through very many bottles of this. It just keeps changing and it keeps me happy. As soon as I put it down, I want to pour another glass. I think I'll probably end there.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is always the super nice story. Every time you mentioned about this history of Caribbean people and different cultures, I always trying to listen super carefully. So yeah, it was really nice. And this is quite nice if you didn't think about cocktails, about daiquiris when you did your blend. So yeah, this is nice that this is, for me personally, is super nice to neat and super nice drink neat and super nice to drink in daiquiris. Every rum which I try, which I buy, I always try in daiquiri because I love this cocktail. So I always trying to catch something, you know, unique, something new in new rum. So
yeah, well, actually, like speaking of daiquiri, so like before I kind of make this rum, when I make a daiquiri, or when sort of, you know, the sort of rum geek crowd that I hang out with makes daiquiris, they will always add some component from Jamaica, and they will always add some sort of grassy component, right? So often an agricole, because that freshness really works well with a daiquiri, right? And you know, when I tasted this for the first time, whilst I designed it to be a sipper, it has both of those elements. I was like, this is definitely going to work in a daiquiri. And it does. So I'm happy about that.
Okay, so Benjamin, one more time, congratulations. Really, you did a good job. I always told you, I always tell you when we see, so you know perfect what I think about your job. So thank you one more time. We have to go to next special guest. So guys, if you have any question to Benjamin, do it now or lost forever.
If I may ask, very short question. What was the year when this Dutch came to Barbados with Aravax?
That was 1627. So 1627, they arrived in Barbados, and literally the first thing they did was go to Essequibo, which is was the northern, or westernmost colony of Guyana, and then they got this. So it was either right at the end of 1627 or the beginning of 1628.
So I understand that it was a beginning of sugarcane on Barbados. What means rum too? Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, exactly.
Okay.
So relatively shortly after that, they started making rum.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Oh, okay, anyone else? I can see you on the other computer. Okay, if not, Benjamin, one more time, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And again, we'll be in touch about your next projects. Yeah.
Yes.
Before you leave, if you want to stay here with us, feel free. But if you have to go, don't forget to give back me host, because you will end our meeting.
Yeah, actually, let me figure out how to do that.
You have to find my window, 3 dots, and
Oh yeah. I'll do that. But yeah, continue, and I'll do that in the meantime.
Okay. The next special guest is Mario. Hello, my friend. Hello, my friend. Mario Navarro.
Hello.
Mario Navarro, a global ambassador from Millonario and Rum Nation. Yes, is it correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes. Hello, Mario.
Hello.
Mario, your Jamaican rum pot still Rum Nation is one of the biggest rum daiquiris in this competition. So, can you tell us something about the project, about this rum, just like we talked about earlier?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have no presentation and I have no rum because I'm not at home. So sorry for that. But shortly about Rum Nation, about who's behind Rum Nation today, who started with Rum Nation. Well, and first, before I start to talk about us, I would like to thank you, Chris, for this competition. I think it's great that in Poland we have guys like you that is pushing and promoting rums. I know that you are doing a great job, and thank you very much. So Rum Nation. Well, Rum Nation started in 1999. The founder of Rum Nation is Fabio Rossi, an Italian guy from Treviso, close to Venice. He was already an independent bottler for whiskeys. He has a whiskey brand called Wilson & Morgan that he started to bottle in 1992. And in 1998, he went to Scotland to check the whiskies and to work with his whiskey dealer in Scotland. And at some point, you know, the guy from Scotland asked him why he didn't start to bottle rums. And in 1998, in the Fabio mind, rums were, you know, commercial rums like like Bacardi or like Havana and or Matusalem, which was very popular in Italy at this time. So he couldn't understand why his dealer is asking him to bottle, you know, aged rums, you know. So he decided to taste 2 rums, one from Jamaica, one from Guyana, and he was really surprised by what he tasted, and he said, "Okay, I will start to bottle aged rums, you know, from different distilleries," and that's how he started in 1999. To be honest, the first 3 or 4 rums that he launched, which were fantastic rums, you know, 25 years old. Jamaican rum, 23 years old, 23 years old rum from Guyana were amazing, but it didn't work in the continental Europe in 1999. So it took time. Since we got some commercial success. And the commercial success came with the introduction of Latino style of rums into the portfolio, especially with the Peruano 8 that we started to commercialize in 2004. So this is a bit about the story behind Rum Nation. Today, Rum Nation is not anymore owned by Fabio. It's owned by a Danish company called Macquarie. Macquarie is our distributor for example, Mionario rum in Denmark today, and they are very good friends of Fabio, and they took over the distribution and the brand 3 or 4 years ago. So today we are working with approximately 12 distilleries from different parts of the world. With some of them, we have a closer relationship, and with some of them, we work directly or through through other dealers, you know, rum dealers. With some of them, like for example, the Varela Hermanos from Panama, really we have a very good relationship. We buy a lot of their rums, and we are very successful with the rums from Panama. In the future, we will also launch into the market a fantastic rum from Mauritius Island. With some distilleries like the one in Mauritius Island, we try to do what Fabio was doing is doing with the whiskies in Scotland. We buy the young rum and we leave it there in Mauritius Island, so it aged in our cask there for tropical aging. And then after 5 years, we will come out next year with a very nice Mauritius Island rum into the market. But we have rums from Peru, from Panama, from Barbados, from Jamaica, from Guyana, from many parts of the world, and we would like to explore more and perhaps to find some good rums from Africa, some other rums from Africa. We have been impressed by the job done by MOBA Rums, for example. I think they did a great job, and we are sure that in Africa we will be able to find some good stuff. So this is a bit about Rum Nation. About the Jamaica that you have in the competition, we are very proud of this rum, because I don't remember now exactly if it was in 2018 or 2019, but at the German Rum Fest, we won the award as the best rum of the whole Rum Fest, you know. So this has been the first time, and I think the only time, when a white rum won this award. Yeah, so I think Joshua will remember this date, if it was in 2018 or 2019, because of course Joshua was already the distributor for Worthy Park, and our rum is a Worthy Park rum, this Jamaica White, and he was a bit not very happy that we won this award, you know, when we were a sister rum from Worthy Park, if you want, yeah. So what we did, we got the rum at 63 degrees from Jamaica, and we started to reduce this rum to 59, to 57, to 55, to 50 degrees. And we found out that at 57 degrees alcohol, we have we get the best complexity for this rum, yeah. So at 57 degrees, we can get the fruitiness that you will find on this Jamaica white. On nose, you know, you will get, of course, the glue because of the esters, the green bananas, some other tropical fruits. But then on palate, it will be intense, explosive, of course, because it's a Jamaican rum and it's at 57. But I would say it's not sharp, yeah. A little bit sweeter than we could expect. And you get also some notes of pepper, green olives, or balsamic taste, and of course some vegetal, aromatic, herbal notes. Yeah. So the finish is incredible because it's really persistent. It's a really long lasting we have with this Jamaica white. I would say, I have to say that this rum really changed my perception of white rums. I'm coming personally from Latino style of rums. I started 20 years ago with rums from Guatemala. Then I moved to rums from Venezuela and Peru. So light type of rum. And our white rums are also good, especially if they are at the higher strength. But I was really, my mind had really completely changed after I discovered our Jamaica white rum from Rum Nation. So the distillery that is behind this rum is Worthy Park, a distillery that many of you have already heard, and I'm sure that then Joshua will explain you a bit more about Worthy Park. Last time when I went to Jamaica, I was there with Joshua and with our Czech distributor. I was surprised to discover that the only distillery in Jamaica that fully has a full integrated production is Worthy Park. What does it mean? The only distillery that owns sugarcane, that produce in-house molasses, that make, of course, run the fermentation there, the distillation and the aging is Worthy Park in Jamaica. Yeah, the rest of the distilleries can buy some local molasses, but they don't own any more sugarcane plant fields. Am I right, Joshua? I think this is what I learned.
Yes, you are correct, Mario. Of course.
Yeah. So we are very proud to have this rum in our portfolio and to work with the rums from Worthy Park. What else, guys? It's I had really a short plan, you know, to present you or to comment you about Rum Nation. But when I see the list, I see many people that already have been at my tastings on Rum Nation. So again, I would like just to thank you for the job you are doing, all of you, especially Christophe. And if there are some questions about Rum Nation, about some of the products that we have in the range, because we have 3 levels. We have the regular products. In these regular products, we have white rums, we have aged rums. In the case of the aged rums, especially the Latino styles of rum and some British styles also, we add sugar, but we are always below 20 grams. So we want to stay rum based on the new legislation, European legislation. Then we have another level called the cask strength. Today we have only one cask strength in this range. We had 3 at some time. And then we have the rare rums and the small batches, yeah, which are more unique rums and very rare, really difficult to find on the market. So this is how we classify our rums. Personally, I of course I really like some of our rare rums, but I'm a big fan of some of our regular rums, which are very interesting from the tasting point of view and which are affordable for which have a fair price, I think, on the market. So Chris, if some people have some questions, please ask me.
Guys, any questions? I have one little news that Mario, you don't probably know. I talked a lot 2 weeks ago in Berlin with Klaus.
Yes.
So I know that something big is coming, and next year probably, yeah. So I think you cooperate if you agree, of course, in some new projects. I think next year, yeah.
Yep. Yes, we have always some plans, because now, for example, we will start aging in Denmark. We have now a bottling plant in Denmark that will start to work on the end of this year. So we'll be more flexible for some really interesting projects that we have in mind, and we will always try to surprise customers, not only geeks, yeah, not only really connoisseurs, but also normal passionates about rums, with some rums from very exotic origins, or with very different profiles. We will try.
Okay. Pavel, with a question.
Yes.
Yes, so hello, thank you very much. Also, a fun fact, I'm a rum collector, so I have around 200 rums, and like I think your Rum Nation Jamaica 30 is the oldest I have. So it's like I have a sentiment for Rum Nation, because that's my oldest. So the question is, do you reveal which marks go into your pot still from Worth Park, or is it a single mark, or is it a blend?
No, it's from one pot still. Now I don't have in mind which pot still we use, but I know that we in the range of esters that Worth Park has, the Jamaica White is the lowest level of esters. So, but which pot still exactly, I have no idea.
Okay. I have no idea. Thank you.
Please. And I perhaps forgot to mention that Italians have a long or impacted in this rum industry for many years. They started in the 80s to import rums into the continent, because of course in UK and out of the European continent, some distilleries and some rums were already popular, but the Italians started to import the rums into the continent, to Italy first, and then to the rest of countries in Europe. And I need to mention that Fabio learned a lot from a master that is not anymore with us, Mr. Samaroli, and thanks to him, he discovered really the richness of this rum industry. So I just wanted to mention it, because really sometimes we forget about all the people that have been part of this rum history, or new rum history in Europe. Yeah.
Okay, Mario, one more time. Thank you very much. You have,
Please,
I see
thank
in
you.
the chat, I can see in the chat greetings from Michal. So thank you very much. One more time, thank you for joining, and one more time explain us what's going on about this specific RAM. It's very, very good, and congratulations for this one. Really,
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank
So,
you very much.
Mario, if you want, you can give us to the end, of course. But now we have to go to the
next
special
Thank you,
guest.
guys.
Thank you very much. From Reunion, Noelle, you there?
Yes, I am. Hi, Chris.
Yes. Hello, Noelle. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Go to Savanna Savanna Hair, and thank you very much for joining. That you found some time for us. Now, what time is there when you are?
Probably it's the latest here compared to all of you. It's 20 past 10 at night.
20 past 10. Okay. So thank you very much. You came.
Well, thank you for inviting us. I'm at home, but yeah, I didn't do any preparation special, but I brought some bottles that I like to talk about and explain a little bit more about what the hair is from. Probably a lot of people that are here know already Savanna and I've heard about the hair, of course. I thought instead of presenting Savanna, but if people have questions, of course, I will answer. I will present the hair family because it started a long time ago. And maybe some people don't know really what the big story is about. So it was in 2006 when everything started. We were already making some Ayester rums that we call the Longtemps, Savanna Longtemps in Réunion. And I wasn't at the distillery at the moment, but then my colleague were asked to do a Grand Arôme even funkier and wilder, something really different and matching a little bit of what Jamaican rum can be at this moment. So they did several tryings, and it ended up with a special Grand Arôme, which they didn't sell all. So they kept some in a stainless steel tank, and then they put some to get aged because they say we never know. It's special. It's a little bit weird. It's true, but we'll see what it ends up to. And then that's where I come into action, because in 2016 or 2015, maybe, I was in the warehouse with some clients, and I asked the warehouse keeper to give me some addresses of some nice rum I could taste with the cavist I was taking around the distillery. So like we usually do, we choose a traditional rum, an agricole rum, and a Grand Arôme, so the person can taste directly straight from the cask, 3 different kinds of rum Savanna is making. And then so I started, of course, with the traditional, then the agricole, and then I end up to the cask number 2018. And then when I opened the cask, I was like, wow, it smells so different, but it smells so good. It's like real nice perfume. So I made the client taste it. He liked it. I smelled it and I was like, wow, something really special. And get back to my Johnny Landé, the warehouse keeper. I was like, well, it was really something weird about this 2018 cask. It's an Ayester, okay, but it's really different from any Grand Arôme I have tasted before. So he said, oh, okay, did you like it? I was like, yeah, I loved it. What is it? We said, well, it's something we did a long time ago, so 2006, and that's the bottle you have all tasted to do some daiquiri. This is it. And he said, yeah, we put 10 casks into the warehouse. And then, but if you really like it, we have like tons of it in the I would say stainless steel tank. So I was like, how come you've got tons of it? I can't believe it. What is it? Can we taste it white? So the story starts there at that moment. So we tasted the air white. It was not called the air, it was just a Grand Arôme, but special one. In terms of esters, we could not call it a Grand Arôme because it was lower 500 grams of esters, when the legislation is asking for more than 500 grams by hectoliter pure alcohol to be called the Grand Arôme. So it was lower than that, maybe because it rested like 10 years in the stainless steel and maybe the esters just went away. I don't know, because we didn't measure it by the time we were making it. And so we bottle it white. First time, it's batch number 1. And then we bottle it a second, a third time. It's a new batch, but the same air from 2006. And I was talking about cask 2018. This one ended up like this. It was a special full-fill cask selected by the bar lamp in Japan. So all the cask was bottled in a big 70 centiliters bottle, so air. First time we were bottling some air and directly from Japan. The second cask, 502, was bottled for the 60 years anniversary of La Maison du Whiskey. Same thing in 2016. And the rest of the third cask was not bottled by us, but bottled by Velier. This is the cask 5015. Of course, at the moment we discovered the hair, I discovered the hair, and with Samuel also, that you all know, we asked the warehouse keeper to put some more white into the warehouse because we emptied this 2.5 cask very fast. And in the cask, we did some finishes. So that's why you might have seen, but it was really not such a big event at the moment. But this bottle, 10-year-old traditional, was finished in the air from La Maison du Whiskey, and it's the same number, 502. And I've been searching for what is in the cask right now. The famous Air Japan tribute from this one, you probably know. The second one, Grand Arôme 10 years, finished in the air cask. And then the second one, still Air Japan tribute, with the Cap Koi, Agricole 6 years, finished in this famous air cask. And the third one just ended up at the German Rum Fest, Agricole 3 years old, 3 years and a half, still the same cask, 2018. In the cask from Velier, we only did this one, the Omaggio Grand Arôme collection, also 10 years. So that's the story of the air. And one precision about the air, it's at the beginning, like I said, it was not called, it was just a, how to say, almost Grand Arôme, but not yet. And we wanted to call it a high ester. We were not allowed to call it Grand Arôme. So we said it's a high ester, so HE. And then we wanted people to know it's from Réunion and not from Jamaica. So it's a high ester from Réunion. So high ester from Réunion, HERR. And then we thought the story was kind of funny because the first client who asked us to do the Grand Arôme funky was a German client who was using it in his plant. So that's the story of the hair. And of course, because you liked it so much, we did some more. So that's the new version of the hair, 2022. This one was made, I have to look again, from the cane 2018. This one is probably already sold out, but of course, because we, at this moment, we could do it. We did some more also in 2019. So this 2023 Air 57, yes, you've got it, is coming. Which one do you have, the 222 or the 223? Oh, you have your microphone off, Chris.
Sorry, I have 2019.
2019, so it's a 2023 limited edition. On top of it, just under Thierry Grondin Master Distillers.
2018, sorry, I have 2018. 18, I looked wrong.
18, so yeah, from last year.
2022 limited edition, yeah.
I would have been surprised because normally this 2023 is just not yet released, coming out for the end of the year, or maybe the Whiskey Live, a new blend also of the hair. So in the new label, but you've seen our new logo, new label, we've been working also on it for the past 3 to 4 years. And of course, we've got some air in the cask, we've got some air in stainless steel, and we would love to do some more. And for the people who have seen in Berlin Rum Fest, we just bought a new alembic, so we're ready to do a new generation of hair, and we're very, very proud and very also excited that the hair that did not exist like 6 years ago has become something that people know and talk about it like it was a kind of rum, but it's not a kind of rum, it's just a Naester from Réunion. But then, oh, do you have some hair? And each time people are asking me that, I'm like, yes, that's just so crazy. Yeah, we did not invent something, it's just we just give a name and then a lot of people love it. So I told my colleague tonight before leaving that I was doing, because they saw me picking up the bottle, they're all from the distillery. Say, what are you doing? So I say, I'm gonna make a little story on the air. So I say, well, tell people that here from very far away, they're very, proud and also very, they don't know how the world on Naester is going. So they're like, really, you're gonna talk like 20 minutes in the air, really? And people will be interested. So I hope you guys were interested, but they're very, still very, how do you say that? Surprised of this big effect that had the Grand Arôme, the air, when we released it. And so I'd say the saga can continue maybe.
Yeah, I have one question to your story, because I know that you changed already your column still. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you think, first of all, do you think you will use some more your old one column still?
The alembic?
Yeah, no, column.
No, the column.
Yeah.
We didn't change yet. We are planning to change the column, but it's not changed yet. But no, when it will be removed, we will not be able to use it anymore. Like the alembic, we just we removed it completely. There's a brand new one, but no, we will not be able to use the old one anymore. And same thing for the column. Yes, the Saval column should be removed next year. We already ordered a new one, and because the copper was getting too old, and there was some liquid going out of the column last time we were doing some production. So no, maybe we'll keep it for, we also have a plan to build a new distillery, a brand new distillery with some more space, and because our warehouse, as you know, is way too small. And we might keep the column just for memory, like something that we like because it looks good. So we might, if we can, we will probably keep it, but not be able to reuse it again.
Okay. Thanks very much. Guys, do you have any to Noelle? Savanna?
I teraz ja się wtryniam.
Cześć, Pichu. Siemanko.
Hello.
Hi, Noelle. So first of all, and I had to come in here because that was, you remember your first rum and you remember your first Savanna, and I still remember the taste. It was, and I'm very happy that you are here, and a lot of friends and a lot of friends. So that was a great cooperation, because the first Savanna that I had was from the Habitation Velier. It was extraordinary. I felt in love in that since day one, and it took us a while till we have met and then started working on Savanna. And I have to tell you one thing, that this bottle of hair that Christoph has never came to the Polish market. We bought 12 bottles in the Europe because we wanted to have it so much. I wanted to have it so much. So that was very demanding for us to get that bottle on the bottle. And I also have to emphasize one thing very strongly, that I believe that Savanna is, with the growing popularity, it's still very very hidden, and it's a hidden gem that will grow, and it will be an amazing ride to have you here and to be a part of it, because this is the rum that you cannot just walk by. It's just destroying you, blowing your mind, and it is the best looking bottle in the market right now. So
Thank you.
I have all of your bottles in my office, and I'm just watching at them and trying to enjoy them as often as I can. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you for that cooperation with Christoph, and then Christoph, thank you for having such a wonderful selection. So Noelle, good to see you. I wanted to just say hi and a few words from my
Thank you.
from
Very nice.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michał. So, any of you, do you have any questions to Noelle before she go? No. Noelle.
They know everything already.
Noelle,
How many people are there? Because we don't see a lot of people.
now we have 25. 25, but it is changing because 5 minutes ago we had 28, 29. In one moment was 30. So
Okay,
like
it's
something
changing.
about.
Actually, I got inspired for a question. So with some distilleries, like for example, Foursquare, doing like that we're not traditionally doing highest, suddenly doing an exercise. Have you considered like trying to do an experiment for rum geeks, like how far can you push your esters? Because like I guess unlike Jamaica, you're not limited to 1600s, so you can go absolutely crazy. Have you considered doing such experimental bottle like as an exercise? How far can you push it? Because I guess Grand Arome is just above 500, but like the objective is not going as high as possible.
Yes, you're right, because like for example, the next two air, the one that is coming, I was written it, the continuous is above 800, 1,460, more than 60 grams, and almost 800 grams of esters also for the 2022 air. Yes, of course we would love to. But one thing you have to know about Savanna is, well, we don't own it, and we don't do whatever we want. I work for Savanna, but it's not my own distillery. I would love, but no. So some people are convinced, like you, that we could, especially with the new alembic that we just received, that we could push the esters to the maximum, and it's in one of our goals. To continue to experiment and to try, like we did the air without knowing that we would have something. So hopefully in the next years, yes, you will see us inventing or doing some new batch or new air. I don't know how we're going to call it this time, but we would love to. But yes, it takes time to convince investors, because to do some air, it takes 11 days of fermentation up to. It takes like 4 times molasses more than doing some traditional, and traditional so it's easy, costs less. So it's all a matter of balance in between something that goes fast so the investors are happy, because then the distillery is rentable. I don't know if, no, it's not rentable, but earn enough money to continue. So I'm pretty much convinced that thing will go up in our way, because buying a new alembic this year, investing in a new column, brand new column next year, especially for Grand Arome and Agricole. So it's in the good way, I think. But then, yes, projects and inventions are on their way also. But then I cannot promise in how long it will take. But it looks like it's in good shape. So yeah, hopefully, yes, I finger crossed, like you say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, no? Okay, Noelle, one more time, thank you very much. It was a
Mhm.
very, very huge pleasure for me to host you here. And we talk about our next date. So we will be in touch, yes, with Savanna runs for Polish market. So one more time, thank you very much. And now we have to. If you want to stay with us, of course.
I'll stay a few minutes to listen to Josh because he's coming up. Hi, Joshua. And then after that, yes, I'll leave you because tomorrow morning it's work again.
Okay.
And yeah, it's kind of late. But thank you also for having us. Very proud to see Savanna part of this competition. So that's very great. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go to this guy, Joshua. Joshua. Hello, my friend. Hello again.
Hey, Chris.
Okay. Now your turn. Yes, do I remember you? I have to check it now. Yes, Joshua. Oh, you broke the bank in this competition. 4 rams. So yeah, this is something huge. So yeah, tell us please about this whole project, about your next bottlings, next plans. What do you do in Bogota now?
I'll try my very best. Yeah, Chris, thank you for having me here, and greetings from Colombia. I'm on holiday right now, so it's quite early here still. I'm joining you for a drink, of course. And yeah, first off, I am very, very proud to be in the company that we're in. I have tasted all 15 rums that are in the final, and they are all extraordinary. I've tried 14 of them in a daiquiri. I'm only missing the St. James, but I'm sure Stephen will make sure that I try that at some point.
We will fix that for sure.
I hope so. But yeah, Chris, I'd love to share my screen. I think you need to
give me a
make
second.
me a host or a co-host to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Perfect. So yeah, I have 4 rums in, and I'm going to share my screen with you guys and give you a small presentation that I prepared for it. And let's see if I can get it in full screen. Hang on. There we go. I hope. Are we in full screen? I hope so. Chris, tell me if we're in full screen.
Yes, everything is good. Yes, we see that.
Great. So I think most of the people here already know about S.B.S, and I think most of the people here probably know about my company as well. So S.B.S single barrel selection was started back in 2016, where we released our first 3 single cask editions. We have since then continued until this day, and I think we are actually reaching the 180th single cask that we will release in about a month from now. So the idea here is that we are a rum company. We do everything when it comes to rum. We import, we distribute, we export, we blend, we age. We basically do everything but the distillation. The distillation we always leave in the hands of the professional of the distilleries themselves, like Savanna, of course, and Noelle, because they are doing that much, much better than I believe we could do in Denmark. But it is our job to try and select the best rums available. We then do a lot of the aging ourselves in Denmark, and I'm very proud to say we have some of Noelle's Savanna aging in Denmark as well. We bottled a first one of them just a few months ago, and there's a bottle on its way to you as well. Well, I saved a couple of bottles for you, so you can try it yourself. But our job is basically we try and buy the rum directly from the distilleries. Then we do our best to see if we can enhance what they have already done. So we both buy unaged rum and we buy aged rum. Then we take it home to Denmark, we do a tasting, and then from there we make a decision on how to proceed with the rum. Sometimes it demands for us to change the cask that it came in initially, maybe from a bourbon to a virgin oak or to an old wine cask. Other times it is just a matter about aging it for a few years longer before we do the release. Now, what we're going to talk about today is the S.B.S. Origins selection. Now, S.B.S. Origins was an idea that we created about, I'd say around 3.5 years ago, just before COVID. It got delayed quite a bit because of COVID as well, because we didn't believe we had the chance to bring it out the right way and actually introduce it to people. But the idea is that a lot of the distilleries that we work with around the world, they both buy aged and unaged rum. Now, for me, unaged rum is extraordinary. Half of the rum, at least, that I drink is unaged. I love sipping it. I love using it in cocktails. I love that pure flavor that shows, in my opinion, even more what the French call terroir, or it shows even better the still and where it comes from than after it has been aged. So for us, it was important to try and get that original taste and that original flavor out there, because people are missing something. In the mind of a lot of people, white rum, I know the people we have here are not your standard rum drinkers, but in the mind of most people who drink rum, Bacardi is white rum or Havana Club. And they are missing out. They're missing out on something extraordinary, because a white rum can really show and produce so much flavor and aroma that you need to try it. Hare is a great example. That is an outstanding rum, and you get, it's an experience drinking it with that. In Denmark, we call it bubblegum flavor because it tastes like a bubblegum we used to eat back when I was in 5th grade. But it is extraordinary. So for this, Chris's daiquiri competition, we've had quite a few rums in. 4 of them went to the finals, and I'm going to slowly tell you just a little bit about each of them. And I've done my own, how I've organized them, I would say, is in this range. So we'll start with the Guyana, the PM, to Ecuador, and then we'll finish off with the 2 Jamaicans. And basically, you could say that I have done this according to power of flavor, power of aroma, power of the esters and the congeners. So we'll start off in Guyana. And for those of you who know me, you probably know that I have 2 big loves when it comes to rum, and it's Guyana and Jamaica. So I'm quite happy to see the selection you have done here for this evening as well. So first off, S.B.S. Origins Guyana. All of our origins are bottled at 57%. And it takes me back actually to what Andrew Nicholls told us in the beginning of when he had his blend originally made. He did a tasting where he tried them between 40 to 46%. So he did 40, 41, 43, 44, and so on. When we did the Origin series, we did it a little bit the same. We did it at various different degrees of alcohol to try and find it where we thought it fitted best. Now, I might be a little different from Andrew. Andrew is an ex-bartender. He's always looking at the cocktail to see where it's best at. I might be looking at the same, but my flavor profile is probably a little different. So I ended at 57% ABV instead. I like my rums heavy. I like them powerful. So that is where we ended at. So the first one, PM, of course, stands for Port Morant. It comes from the famous Port Moran still that today is located at the DDL distillery in Georgetown, Guyana. The still itself is a double wooden pot still. It's the only one of its kind, and its history dates all the way back to 732, which in all likeliness also makes it one of the oldest pot stills in the world, if not the oldest. Now, it's led a life that has been, a little bit back and forth, because it started its life at the Port Moran estate. After that, when the Port Moran estate closed, it was moved over to Uitvlugt, and in the end, it ended up at DDL, which is today the only distillery left in Guyana. It is one of my favorite distilleries in the world. I was lucky enough to travel there 5 years ago and had my very, very first visit at the distillery. And I think for every rum geek, that is like a dream come true. To visit that distillery with their old heritage stills, the Port Moran, the Enmore, the Versailles, the old Savanna stills, is truly extraordinary. And the rum they are able to get out of their stills is as well quite unique. They produce a certain style that you don't find anywhere else in the world. Unfortunately, we also have to say that if you really like the PM edition, this will be actually the last of it, because DDL, the distillery, have chosen to stop selling bulk rum for the future. So I am not able to buy any more that I already have in stock, and all my stocks have gone into barrels. So if this one is a favorite of yours, well, you need to stock up quick, because we won't be able to supply it anymore, and it won't be possible to get it from anywhere else in the future. DDL made, I believe, an agreement with their board many, many years ago that said, as soon as their sales of their own bottles exceeded the sales of their bulk rum, then they would stop selling bulk in order to prepare for the future. So as of right now, there will be no more S.B.S. Origins Guyana, unfortunately. But I really hope you enjoyed it. Chris, I don't know if you want to take questions in between each bottle, if there's questions about the single bottles, or if you want to do it at the end.
I don't know. I think we can let the people ask for anything just during the session if they want. What do you think?
Good. Well, I think Pavel raised his hand, so let's get Pavel in.
Yes, so quick question. You said you decided for 57. Was there some particular reason to 57, like the Navy strength, rather than 63, like tends to be the standard for the Wake Jamaicans?
It had absolutely nothing to do with Navy strength or standard for unaged Jamaicans or anything like that. The only thing I actually had to consider was that it had to be below 60. Because I want all of the rums to have the same ABV, so they are easy to compare. And I had to go below 60 because some of the rum that I buy for the Origin series comes to me at 59, 60%. After that, it was a question about me and the team actually doing a tasting session where we tried them at various different degrees, both neat and as daiquiris actually, to decide, okay, where do we want it at the end? And the answer that came after that session was 57. That's why we ended there.
And can you reveal which one comes at 59? Is it like country that limits it, like Cuba? Is it Dominican?
No, there are actually more than one that demanded that we stay below 60.
Oh.
And I'm not going to tell you the names yet, because some of them we haven't released yet.
Oh wow, that's great.
But there will be quite a few more Origins coming in the future. I think we've bottled what 6 or 7 different ones by now. And on my list of bottlings we want to do, we have around 15 so far.
Looking forward to it.
But we keep finding new rum for this series. And it's not more than 2 months ago that I had a visitor in my office in Denmark. that came from a very, very, very small country, but brought some extraordinary samples. So there will be, if everything goes well and I receive the rum in time, there will be an S.B.S. Origins from Tahiti coming on the 1st of September. So some quite interesting things coming, in my opinion. Great. But guys, let's jump into the next one. We'll take a trip to South America and we'll take a trip to Ecuador. Now, Ecuador, I think for many people, is not known as a rum producing country. We don't see that much Ecuadorian rum in Europe, at least. But to be fair, it is actually quite a large producer of rum. The only issue here is that a lot of the producers they have are quite small, and they only produce for their local area. And in some cases, like the one we're drinking here today, or trying here today, they are actually only selling in their local village, almost. It is a very, very small producers. It comes from a region in very deep south of Ecuador called Malacatos. It's a single estate producer, meaning that they produce everything themselves. It's their own cane, it's their own distillation, do everything in-house. It's based on pure cane juice, and they have never exported their rum before. You are not able to find this rum outside of their region. I received some samples of this, I think the first time 2 years ago, and I was completely blown away. It is really unique. It's a very fruity rum, and in my opinion, it's the perfect daiquiri rum. And I think Chris agrees with me. I know he's tried it a few times in a daiquiri by now, but yeah, it's truly extraordinary. It has its limits on how much we can bottle per year, because, well, you can see the still here, you can see the hacienda here where it's produced. It's quite a small operation. So they have certain limits on how much alcohol they can actually produce on a yearly basis. If I remember correctly, they produce around 10,000 liters per year. I try to buy all of it, of course. But they also need to save a little bit for the local area. But we try to get as much as possible, both, of course, for Origins, but also the idea behind Origins is, of course, to show people what is to come in S.B.S. in the future. So everything you see in the Origins is unaged rum that purchase, we ship to Denmark, and we put into casks in Denmark. So eventually you will see aged of these in standard S.B.S. rate. But whether it's going to be 2 years from now, 5 years, or 10 years, we never know, because everything depends on what happens when it comes into the cask and how it develops. So that is one of the tough jobs me and the team have. It is actually to make sure we taste some of the rum every now and then to decide whether or not it's ready. And like the Savanna I mentioned earlier from, well, we bottled that already after, I think it's only close to 2 years, but 2 years with a high ester, high congener, heavy rum inside virgin oak casks or first fill wine casks, you have already, after only 12 to 18 months, something extraordinary, because the high ester and the new and fresh wood work so very, very well together. So there's a lot more of those different kinds of rums coming very, very soon. Guys, any questions for the Ecuador? Otherwise, we'll jump into the next one. And Mario, I'll have a sample for you as soon as you want to try it.
Thank you, Joshua.
You're very welcome. Now, we're going to jump into the next two rums, which are my two Jamaican rums. As most people know, I have a very, very big love for Jamaica. And it started about 8 years ago when I went to Jamaica the first time. I spent about 4 weeks on the island. And during those 4 weeks, I tried to visit all the distilleries that I could get to. Now, my very last visit was at Worthy Park. That came about 3 weeks after I arrived, and I had about a week left. Now, when I came to Worthy Park, I fell in love. The grounds, the estate is breathtakingly beautiful. The reception I received from the people there was extraordinary. Most of the people here probably know Alexander Kong, or San Kong as he's known. When I arrived at the Worthy Park estate, he had only been there for 3 months. And I was actually the first tour of the distillery he ever did. And it was an outstanding tour. We spent many, many hours together. And in the end, we ended up in a room where we were drinking rum, and Gordon Clark, the managing director, and one from the owning family came and joined us as well. And it was truly an exceptional day. I brought a lot of bottles of Worthy Park home with me in my suitcase from that trip. And only a few months later, we started importing it to Denmark. And soon we agreed on expanding the project, and now distributing and importing Worthy Park for most of Europe, and as well parts of the Asian market. It is still I would say my one true love when it comes to rum. I'll never leave Worthy Park or Jamaica. And Worthy Park is, as most of you know probably as well, a single estate. They have their own sugarcane fields. They have their own sugar factory where they produce both the juice, the molasses, and the sugar. They have their own distillery. They have their own aging. They do everything in-house, what we call from grass bottle. The one we've decided to bottle here is the WPH, which stands for Worthy Park Heavy. It comes in usually in the range of 240 to 360 esters. It is one of the 2 rums that they produce that use wild yeast for the fermentation. That is also why I've included the picture here at the top, which shows their yeast propagators, where they are actually, the wooden tanks here are actually used to create their wild yeast. Otherwise, most of their primary rums, like the WPL, that is what is inside Mario's bottle earlier, the Worthy Park Light, is produced from their proprietary yeast, which is a yeast that is created specifically from the sugarcane that they grow on the estate. WPH is not a big product for Worthy Park. BPL is their primary product, which stands for like close to 90% of what they distill. Then you have VPM, the medium, you have VPH, the heavy, you have the extra, and you also have the EL, the extra light. They're very, very small compared to volume in VPL. But VPH for me is probably what I would almost say ideal account. It's there in the middle. It's not too heavy where it takes over your palate, takes control of your tongue and your aroma and everything. And like drinking, everybody who has had Hampton DOK knows what happens when you take a shot of it. Completely changes. You don't have the palate to taste anything else. I think VPH falls right there in the sweet spot in the middle, where it's just perfect. And then mixed with lime and sugar, and then that classic banana flavor of Worthy Park, it just enhances for me the fruitiness of a daiquiri. So for me, this is a perfect example of what you should use in a daiquiri. But guys, any questions about Worthy Park? Well, I think it is a distillery that most of you know quite well already.
Yeah, okay, I can see any questions, so we can go to the next one, I think.
Good. Well, if there are questions, at least for the guys here from Poland, I've had a chat with Nicholls long ago, and I talked to Patrick earlier today as well. I will be coming to Poland probably in October, November, and we'll do some classes both on S.B.S. Origin, Worthy Park, and some of our other brands. So you can save your questions for them as well, and hopefully, well, Chris will be drinking daiquiris together, of course.
I hope also, yes.
But let's jump into my fourth rum of today. There we go. So we're staying in Jamaica, of course. We are moving a little bit from the Worthy Park estate. We're going about 2 hours further east, and we're going to visit Long Pond Estate, which is located in the region of Trelawney, right next to the Long Pond Sugar Factory, and very, very close to the Hampton Distillery. So for this specific one, I have chosen TECA, which comes in at 1,200 to 1,300 esters. So we're quite close to the roof of what we can do in Jamaica. TECA stands for Tilson Estate Continental EA. There's also a TECA or TECB and TECC, which comes in higher esters. And we've actually just bottled the TECC, so it is available on the market now. Unfortunately, it came a little bit too late to take part here in our small daiquiri competition. But I'm sure Chris will then include it next year instead. Now, Long Pond has always been famous for high esters. At the distillery itself, they have 5 pot stills. There is also 1 column still standing there. However, it has not been distilling for about 20 years. I know they're trying to renovate it and see if they can get it back to working. But right now, their biggest concern and their biggest, I would say, focus has been on their fermentation rooms. Because as most of you probably knew, there was a big fire at the Long Pond Distillery a couple of years ago. And this fire took out most of their fermentation capacity and their fermentation. So for the past few years, their focus has been to rebuild the fermentation halls. They are not completely there yet, which is also why the TECA that we're having right here is actually sold out right now. And we will be able to bottle it again before in about a year's time. Because right now the capacity for fermentation at Long Pond is not big enough. When you look at the distillery itself, the distillery has quite a large capacity, but it's only running at about 30% of its capacity as well. One of the reasons for that is, again, the fermentation. The other reason is that some of these pot stills that you can see here in the pictures as well, they're quite old, and they need quite a bit of maintenance. Some of them are not working, some of them are not distilling. So it is a matter about, the company behind the Long Pond Distillery, which is National Rums of Jamaica, which is partly owned both by the Jamaican government, DDL in Guyana, and of course, Maison in France, are of course posting money into it, but it is not a small task. It is something that will take years before they can be back to be fully operational and run back at 100%. Oh, yeah, I know that guy, Robert, as well. No, but TECA, for me, I remember when I tried it in a daiquiri for the first time, I brought it to a local bar in the city where I live. And before he received the TECA, he was using, for the daiquiris in the bar, he was always using the rum Boothe, at least for people like me. For regular people, he was using rum bar silver or some more standard rums. But whenever I came, we would be drinking rum bar overproof, and usually the first one would always be a smackery. If you don't know what a smackery is, then it is a daiquiri that you smack in one sip. Now, when I brought him the TECA for the first time, he went completely crazy. He was convinced that this was the best daiquiri rum that he had ever tried. Now, the high esters in the TECA really brings out a lot of these fruity flavors. You get a lot of tropical fruit like banana, mango, papaya, pineapple, things like that. And what he told me was that when he tried this the first time, it was like the fruitiness of the rum combined with the lime and the sugar, just exploded in like an explosion of fruit. So he was completely carried away. And ever since that day, this has been his daiquiri rum whenever Rum Geeks comes to his bar. And of course, I'm quite happy for that because I really, really love that rum as well. It is extraordinary in a cocktail. It is really, really nice sipping rum as well. I love to drink it straight as it is. You get the fruitiness combined with what I would say a medicinal element. And then if you put it on ice and pour yourself a big glass, it's really something you can enjoy it for 2 hours because the flavor is so intense that naturally you're drinking quite small sips. So yeah, a truly extraordinary rum, and I hope it's going to do very well for our competition here as well. But I have tough opponents and tough competition. But guys, these are the 4 rums that I have here today. I'm going to show you last picture here just to get you inspired, because as I said earlier, we are far from done with the Origins series. There are a lot more to come. So I pulled out some marks that some of them will probably look very familiar to you. Some of them you might not have ever heard about before. And there are also a couple of marks that will be bottled that are not represented here. But I think the future of white rum is growing, and it's growing quick. We see it with a session like today and what Chris has been doing with the daiquiri competition. We see it when we go to the bars. We see it when we go to the rum shows. We see it at the festivals. Everywhere we go, there are new companies, new distilleries, new independent bottlers coming out with white rum. White rum has a great future ahead of it. And though it's coming from a very, very small place right now, when it comes to high-end white rum, it is a market that is growing really, really quick. And thanks to people like everybody here who supports it and keeps drinking it, it's going to grow even bigger. And I really hope that continues, because there are a lot of people who are missing out if they don't have the chance to try what it is that we are enjoying, because some of these rums are truly extraordinary. And that, I would say, that feeling or idea that I think a lot of people have, that white rum is inferior, white rum is poor quality. Well, of course, that all comes down to our Caribbean vodkas, our Bacardis, our Havana Clubs. People just really need to try what an unaged rum can actually be. And then I'm sure they will fall in love exactly as the rest of us have, quite quick. But yeah, thank you guys. Let me know if there are any questions.
Yeah, I've got one comment, not question, but a comment. I know your rums. I know the Origins series. I have something like drinking shelf in my home. Yeah, I've got about 50 rums on it, and your Origins are the longest set on this shelf. Yeah,
yeah.
I love your rums, and I wait for the next. I see on the internet TECC from Jamaica. Yeah, but I've got a little compliant. I was on Room Fest at Berlin, and I wanted to try this one new Origin. And there's no Origins, there is no Joshua at the standings. But the question, maybe little question, when we'll see it at shops, this TCC?
Well, the best question to ask when you're going to see it in Poland will to be asked Patrick or Michael, because it's all up to them.
Okay.
They are my importers in Poland, but I do believe it should be on its way. If it's not already arrived, then it should be there quite soon. But TECC is the last one we have bottled, and we bottled it just before what I would call the summer holidays, which is why it's not made it out to every market yet.
Okay.
Now, I wanted to be in Berlin myself as well to join the Rumfest, but I had to choose to either go on holidays with my fiance or go to Berlin.
Ah,
So I chose the holidays.
I understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried this TCC in London last week, so I confirm this is super, super nice. So I'm waiting for it. Yeah, yeah.
We're waiting.
Me. Actually, because it's me because it was from London, yeah. But yeah, I'm really waiting for this one. Yeah, it's super, super.
It's a beast. It's a beast of a rum.
That's super nice.
Yeah, definitely.
We want the beasts.
It's coming.
It's coming. It's coming.
Thank you, Joshua, for this series and for your job.
You're very, very welcome. I will keep doing it as I love this business. I love rum. I love the rum family that are all gathered here today. So don't worry. I'm going to be here for many, many years, and I'll keep continuing to track down all the best rum that I can.
Nice, nice. Joshua, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your service and for your job. And if you want to stay with us, of course, feel free. But now we have to go to the next special guest.
I think Pavel has one question, or
anyone?
That was actually just the icon of like clapping heads. So like Joe started like doing it like physically on the camera, and I thought maybe the icon be more visible. So yeah, no, like.
Thank you, Pavel.
Okay, one more time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joshua. So our next step is Roberto.
Yes, indeed. So I'll just go ahead and say thank you to Joshua because he basically did half of my presentation for me.
Exactly.
It's first of all, I want to thank you, Chris, for this amazing presentation, giving us the opportunity to present our rums and all of the logistics that you've put up with putting together the contest and everything else is really quite admirable. And then I want to thank everybody who drinks beautiful white rums. And on top of that, how inspirational it would be among all of these people, Joshua and Mario and Andrew and everybody else. In fact, earlier somebody said, well, the worst thing to do is to have to follow Andrew, but when you're following Joshua, it's, well, what can you do? I mean, there's not much left to be said. My name is Robert Polo. I'm an American living in Prague, and I love Jamaica. I love all things Jamaica. I traveled there in the early 1980s several times, and then was back in the mid 1980s. And the rum wasn't touching me then. I was doing something else. I can't really talk about it here. And I moved to Prague and more or less forgot about Jamaican rum because it was the advent of Spanish rums and the Zacapas and the Diplomáticos. And like many of us, I got trapped in it as well. But then I had the opportunity, thanks to Yishi and Jakub from Ultra Premium Brands, who are both my partners and I would say my financiers in this project. They introduced me to Dr. Joy Spence. And immediately it was a love affair again with Jamaica. It all came rushing back. And thanks to her and Luca Gargano, who invited me to Jamaica, I took my first trip around the island, and that was it. I was sold on all things Jamaica, on the people, the culture, the music, and in particular, the rum and the traditional way that they make it. And then I met our good friend from Denmark, and we decided to partake in a project together with UPB, and we created Warehouse #1 Overproof Rums. And at this point, the project has been, so I guess it's been active now for close to 2 years. We've released 9 different marks, and we'd like to consider ourselves at this point, and I hope this doesn't sound too grandiose, as kind of the stewards of Jamaican marks, because there's so many wonderful marks, as Joshua had up there on the screen, that are available that people just don't get in this part of the world, or for that matter, anywhere. Yeah, they become part of a blend, or they're aged and then put into another, or sold to Maine or to Sheer. And so we decided to start bringing these marks here to Central Europe. And we started with WPE, the Worthy Park Extra. And that was, like I said, about 2 years ago. And then we worked our way across the island. We had HLCF from Hampden Estate. Then we had the STCE, which we'll be talking about here in just a minute. That was followed by NYEWK, New Yarmouth, Winston Kennedy, which was a very, very interesting story. Winston Kennedy was a gentleman who was involved in the sugar industry for more than 50 years. He worked at Hampden, he worked at Long Pond, and we're not sure if he worked at New Yarmouth, but they dedicated one of their marks to him. White rums, as Joshua said, and many have said throughout the evening, really there's no need to age these liquids because their character is so strong, it's powerful, the fruitiness, the tanginess, and the funk of Jamaica comes through in so many of them. And as we know, they're perfect for daiquiris. I love my daiquiris, don't get me wrong, but I prefer it on ice, twist of lime. It's kind of a poor man's daiquiri. I don't have to shake it or anything like that. Just boom, boom, and I get to drink it. So where shall we start? I mean, I'm not going to talk for too long because honestly, I'm a little bit shy. You might not believe that. So let's start with the STCE, but I don't have a presentation, but I have some of the bottles here tonight. And this was our third rum that we released, the STCE from Long Pond. It's the STCE stands for Simon Thompson Cambridge Estate. And one of the things that National Rums of Jamaica and Luca Gallicano has done a great job of is maintaining some of the heritage of the 105 different distilleries that there were on Jamaica at the turn of the 20th century. Simon Thompson Cambridge Estate closed somewhere, I believe, in the late 1940s, but one of the rums that they made was the STCE. It's a mid-ester rum. For those of us who like high esters, it falls right into that sweet spot. It's about 450 to 550 esters. So it makes a sweet daiquiri. Some of the notes are pitted fruits and a little bit of that classic acetone that you would get from a Long Pond rum. And it's accessible. I would say when it comes to funky Jamaican rums, that this is accessible to most people. Yes, everything that we bottle is at 63%. So for the average rum drinker, maybe it's a bit demanding. But when it's mixed in a cocktail or in another mixed drink, then it comes out very, very nicely. I'm just going to move right along because I have 3 different rums to cover, and there's a couple of other things I want to talk about with our project. The second rum that we had featured in the contest this evening was our WPCJN, and this is something I don't know. I wasn't following all of Joshua's presentation, but this is part of our folklore series, and this was our second series of rums that we put out. This beautiful young lady is the River Muma, and if you haven't had the opportunity to read the back of the bottle or know about Jamaican folklore, the River Muma is well, she's sort of a Medusa of types. She's the queen of the fresh waters, and she lives deep in the rivers, and she comes up and she teases men by combing her long hair on the rocks, and then she slowly drags them down in. So sweet, sweet surrender. And that's what the WPCJN represents to us. It's a cane juice nectar, so it's more or less like a kind of a Jamaican agricola. Yeah, so when you're making this in a daiquiri, it's a low ester rum, but it's very, very pungent. So the mixture of the lime juice with this very, very strong raw sugarcane essence really works very, very well. I'm going to move on to the third rum, which we have is the NYEHM from New Yarmouth. It's also part of our folklore series. And we had to use a different bottle shape for that because the Douglas bottles were sold out. It's I would say moderate high ester rum. It's 700 to 800 esters. And I have to say, out of the rums that are in the contest this evening, this is my favorite. This is a fruit bomb. This is really, it's got wonderful peach notes, and it drinks something like between a Calvados or a Slivovitza. It really has that type of fruit brandy type of taste to it. Yeah, and we have also taken the opportunity to take many of these marks that we've been working with, and we started to age them. And as you know, Chris, because we saw each other at the Prague Rum Festival, we bottled our first 1-year-old rum. That's a DOK at 64%. And thanks to the virgin oak that we're aging it in, it's just amazing because 1 year continental aging, 5% angel share, and it really punches way above its weight. It's a delicious, delicious expression. We also have many rums from Hamden Estate as well. And as I mentioned earlier, we like to consider ourselves the steward of these marks, and many of the rums that we have aren't even available on Jamaica. So we find ourselves here in Central Europe because thanks to you guys, thanks to the Rum Geeks, we find that we have the largest collection of individual Jamaican marks and white rums than anywhere else in the world. So what we need to do is find one of these lovely Polish importers to bring our rums to you, because right now we're a young company. Yeah, we've only started, as I said, it's been less than 2 years. I'm a neophyte. I'm somebody who's been a broadcaster by profession for a long time, and just a rum lover, and decided to get into this. So these rums, everything that we have tastes great in a daiquiri, but everything that we have tastes great by itself as well. And I can highly recommend it for fruity cocktails or on the rocks. And I'm open now to hear any of your questions regarding Jamaica, because as I mentioned, my love affair with Jamaica is ongoing. I'm there at least once a year for 10 to 20 days, and I visit every year, every one of the distilleries, of course, with the exception of New Yarmouth, because nobody gets in. But a very funny story, very short story. This year we were there and we were at the front gate, and the security guard said, hey, you want to come in, don't you? Don't you? I said, yeah. I said, sorry, can't do it. And then we said, come on. So he opened the gate and he let us step inside, one step. So now we can at least say that we've actually been inside the New Yarmouth facility. That's as far as we got. But I'm ready to field your questions, because I know that we don't have our rums in your market yet. But is there anything that you would like to know with what we do? I see Pavel lowering.
Well, yeah, not exactly a question, but a remark. I was very impressed by your cane juice Wealthy Park. I had no idea that Jamaica makes fresh cane juice, and thanks to Chris, I had an opportunity to try it, and I think you might be the only one bottling it. So I talked to some Wealthy Park representatives, and it seems like it's a very obscure things. So chapeau bas, and thank you very much for bringing it to the market.
No, thank you very much for enjoying it. Really, it's something very, very unique. I know that we're going to see more of it in the future, and I think along with our friends from Denmark, we're going to be kind of hand in hand bringing more and more Jamaican rums to not just the Polish market, but all across Europe, and maybe even further than that. So isn't that right, Joshua?
That is for sure.
Indeed. We have coming up as well, if you don't mind me piggybacking what you were talking about, Joshua, we also have a tech coming up a little bit later in the year. So it'd be interesting to have the two bottles of tech side by side to see if there's any type of difference in the flavor profile.
I'll come visit you in Prague as soon as it's ready, so we can do a proper tasting together.
Well, I was thinking about coming to see you in a few weeks in August. So so if maybe we could just do it there. Because I too enjoy slam curries. Yeah.
Can you guys go through by Wrocław or Poznań or something?
Maybe that's what we can do. We can meet halfway, Joshua. We can just meet in Poland. Maybe that's the best way.
Halfway, yes.
Alrighty. As I said, I mean, I have no presentation prepared for this evening, and unlike my illustrious colleague who was before me, who said most of the things I would like to say. But I will say one thing, that was a very interesting slide, Joshua, that last slide, because about half of those marks that you have there, we have already released. Yeah, and have on our release dates as well. So you and I are going to be really rushing to market, one side by side.
We will. Well, you will beat me with several of them, like the DOK or the cane juice.
Well, I mean, we will be at Salon du Rhum in Belgium, and we have a single cask we'll be releasing there. In fact, just to show you all that, you know, with the work never stops. These are all our samples, and we're deciding what our single cask is going to be. We have an aged MLC here, and a STCE and a DOK, and I have to convince my family that this is work. So, but I want to thank you all for your time, and if you have any other questions, but aside from that, I think I can wrap it up.
I think Joe has a question.
Joe.
Hi, yeah, thank
Joe.
you for going through that. That was really interesting and great to hear. It's really cool to see so many of yours in the final. And my question was, I wondered whether for yourself, when you're sipping things at home or when you're out and about, whether you have a go-to rum that you have in a daiquiri.
That's tough because, as I said, I love my daiquiris, but I don't make them at home. So I'll bring a bottle out to the bar with me to make daiquiris with. And we recently released 3 Hamdens. We released a Diamond H, an HGML, and a C Diamond H. And I would say that the HGML from Hamden is just the right combination of very high ester and extremely fruity profile. The Diamond H, which comes in at about 900 to 1,000 esters, is really an extraordinary rum that doesn't need a daiquiri because there's such a fruity profile in it. Just a couple of ice cubes and a twist of lime and you're on your way. But the HGML from Hamden, I think, is my favorite go-to right now.
Nice. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any questions? Otherwise, I'm going to have a drink. Okay. But again, I just want to thank you, Chris, for what you've done. And I want to thank you all for participating. And again, it's very humbling to be among all of these incredible rums. As the new guy on the block, I just want to say thank you. And we're going to be right there with you for our long and delicious rum journey.
Yeah, thank you very much, Robert. Thank you. It was, as always, it was a pleasure for me to meet you, and we will talk some about your project in the future. I have some ideas, so
I look forward to it.
We will talk about it.
Okay.
Roberto, one more time, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Take care, everybody.
I need to check who is the next. Stephen Martin, St. James. We have Stephen Martin already. Give me a second. Give me a second. I don't see him. Give me a second. I'll call to Martin. I don't see him now.
Okay, well, actually, while you're doing that, Chris, I'm just going to go ahead and continue to talk for just a minute. We have recently, we're just local market really, and we've recently started working with Benelux. So we have a partner in Belgium and in the Netherlands, but we are in negotiations with distributors and importers in Germany, in Spain, in Italy, and a couple of larger importers in the UK as well. So we hope to get these rums out to market and out to people because, as everybody has said so far this evening, there's so many fantastic expressions, so many great white rums, then people just need to have an opportunity to taste them. I think that once they do, they'll realize, yes, aged rums are wonderful, but if you don't need to age them, then you can drink them right away.
Yeah, because it's, for example, very hard to buy your rum in Poland.
Yeah, but you know what? We'll change that, Peter. We'll change it soon. We're actively discussing with the Polish partner now. So hopefully we'll have them soon. And since we're so close by, you'll get them quickly. Once that happens, they'll be there fast.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh, I just want to talk about what you wrote there in the comments. Come on, what are you talking about? You drink high ABV all night long.
No, not always. Not always.
Or at least do with me.
Well, for our sessions, Robert said,
yeah,
we go on for 15, 16 hours when party. I need a little break, and the rum bar said was a perfect break for that.
No, it's honestly, I mean, the lower ABV rum bars are very accessible, and they're great, particularly for the lay drinker, people who aren't into demanding rums. They really are very, very nice. And I'll take this opportunity to also mention another rum that Joshua is representing, and that's the Worthy Park Select. It's not really so much a daiquiri rum, but if you want a great cocktail rum that the price point is right, it's really something super. It's not getting the respect that it deserves. You can buy me a drink for that one, Joshua.
Even don't get it, but I can see that he has 6 minutes. Yes, until his time, until he started. So maybe we can do some break now, some eat something or toilet or something, because we have Stephen Martin from St. James, and after that Daniele Biondi, who really love talk much. So maybe this is a perfect time to take a short break. What do you think, guys?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you all. Have a great evening. Take care.
Thank you.
One more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you next time. Bye. Thanks.
Bye. Thanks.
I tried to contact with Stephen in the meantime. So give me a second.
Histórica altura promovieron tu bravura al mundo entero con tu muerte. Aquí se quedó tu cara en camisetas y postales. Nos dicen todas las verdades del chacal, de la cabaña. Tu mano apretó tan fuerte que sobre la historia dispara desde un momento en Santa Clara donde el poder te sedujo. Ahora de moda está tu cara en camisetas y postales, pero no dicen todas las verdades del chacal, de la cabaña. El chacal, el chacal, el chacal, el chacal. Aristidio te siguió hasta el día que se cansó de la mentira. Cuando él te dijo que se iba con una 32, usted lo silenció. Aquí de moda sigue tu cara, y aunque limpies la camisa hasta la entraña, no lava la sangre en las manos del chacal, de la cabaña. El chacal, el chacal, el chacal. condenaste a miles al matadero, más te gustaba jugar guerrero, despidiendo tú mismo los inocentes. Ahora hay de moda hasta tu cara, a las mujeres que dejaste viuda le extraña. Como puede estar en todos lados el chacal de la cabaña. El chacal. El chacal. El chacal. El chacal. Un héroe para unos y otros criminal. Te conocen tu cara, tu causa ideal. Por el sendero violencia nunca se puede llegar. Te consumió tu pasión y te convertiste en aquí de moda siguió tu cara. En camisetas y postales. Y la gente no sabe las verdades del chacal de la cabaña. El chacal. Lo que hace falta es compasión. La gente se pone la camisita y muchos no saben lo que significa. A donde sea que yo voy, ahí me lo encuentro mirando. Ojos sin sentido y mirada fría. En un show de rock, el tipo que tocaba la batería. Ay, como el chacal, compadre. El chacal. Aquí de moda siguió tu cara. En camisetas y postales. Y nos dicen todas las verdades del chacal de la cabaña.
Hello, 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 hello. Is anyone there?
Yes, we are.
Ah, Eric.
Yes, just coming back.
Okay, okay. Even pick up the phone and he will come in the next few minutes. I'm sorry for delay. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes. I took some food before our tasting, so I'm still full. Mm, 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 mm.
Kurczę, Krzysiu, oni mają jakiś problem w tym St. James, nie? Ani na spotkanie nie zdążają, ani rumów ich nie można kupić.
Tak, ale on mi ostatnio tłumaczył ten problem, wiesz, że jakby za długa ścieżka decyzyjna jest, wiesz, on jest gdzieś na początku, po drodze jest jeszcze dwóch, teraz już nie pamiętam, eksporterów, importerów, kogoś tam, marketing po drodze jeszcze i ostatecznie na końcu całej tej listy jest importer, no i to wszystko gdzieś tam mocno komplikuje, nie? Więc on mi nawet pokazywał korespondencję, którą wysyłał tam do centrali do siebie i rzeczywiście jest z tym pewien problem, natomiast nie wiem dlaczego coś tam mu nie poszło dzisiaj, jeżeli chodzi o nasze spotkanie.
Tak, tytułem
No
żartu...
i francuska biurokracja na pewno też nie pomaga.
Tak, pewnie tak. Tytułem żartu to w Berlinie też mieli wystawione na pierwszej linii takie te podstawki, nie? A ja tam zobaczyłem tego Brut de Fuite chyba z tyłu za gościem, mówię, tam ja chciałbym tamtego ponownie spróbować, bo kupić tego nie mogę.
No.
I gościu, spokojnie, nie? Obrócił się i tam nalał nam tego właśnie, co miał tam lepszego.
Tak, wiesz co, tam oni mieli, w ogóle to się nie wystawiali oni jako oni, tylko importer, wiesz?
No,
Tam
widać
importer,
czy tam dystrybutor w Niemczech ma też może i podobny problem, nie? Że pokazywał tylko te najbardziej podstawowe rzeczy.
No. Że odebrał wiadomość. A dzwoniłem w międzyczasie do Daniela. Gdybym się nie dodzwonił do Stefana, to dzwoniłem do Daniela, czy przyłączy się do nas szybciej, nie? Ale też nie odebrał. A jego z kolei jest na 22, nie? Mówił, że będzie o tej godzinie, że dla niego to będzie idealny czas, ale Steven nie wiem czemu.
Nawet się zalogował, tylko go nie widać, nie?
Tak, jest już, gdzie tego widzisz.
No jest na liście, tylko ma wyłączony mikrofon i kamerkę, ale jest. Znaczy to jeśli to on, Daniel. Może to inny Daniel, ale wydaje mi się, że to może być on.
Nie pamiętam, nie wiem.
Mi się wydaje, że byłoby Daniele, a nie
Inny.
Daniel.
Wyjaśniło się, dobra, okej. Przepraszam za pomówienia.
Steven, idzie Steven. Ciekawe, czy ma koszulę, nie wiem, czy ją koszuli.
A jest niebezpieczeństwo, że będzie nagi?
Ale tylko od torsu w górę.
Aha.
Damy radę.
Tylko od torsu w górę.
Ludzie jak ty w saunie wyglądają.
Stefan, you there? Ostatnio też się łączył chyba z telefonu, nie? Też miał jakieś problemy, pamiętam. Musieliśmy tam na niego zaczekać. ale już jest tutaj z nami, tylko czekamy aż wejdzie. Hello, Stefan. Show yourself. Man.
Here, can you hear me?
Ah,
Can you see
we
me?
can hear you and we can see you now. Ah, you have shirt. You have shirt.
Hello, boys. Welcome to Daiquiri Day.
Yeah.
As I said, iPhone, Apple don't like Zoom, Zoom don't like Apple.
Ah, this is the reason. Okay. Next time we
So I
do
have to-
something different.
Next time we do a rehearsal, you know, as professional.
Yeah.
Hello,
Okay,
everyone.
guys, let me introduce you, Steven or Stefan.
Like
This
you
is
like.
the global brand ambassador from St. James.
Yep.
And as you know, Stefan, one of your Brut de Cologne is in a great final of the Daiquiri competition.
I know.
So we would love
I
to
am-
hear from you something about you and something about this project and something about this specific rum. So
I will talk first. Bonjour, messieurs, dames. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I will talk for the first thing. Hello, monsieur. Bonjour à toi. I will just say something special. When you travel a lot, you see really what means rum culture. And you guys, you are on the strong side. Nobody in France will think about shaking a daiquiri with a Brut de Cologne. Nobody. And even if you do a great organic, biological, agricole rum, like the Brut de Cologne, the guy in France don't know how to work it. No kidding. They know a lot about organic agricole rum, definitely. I'm working on it, people working on it. The 50, the 55, the 56. But when you go about 70s, it's not for every palate. So when you say to people, and I was once in Germany and in England, and the guy told me, you know, Stephen, your Brut de Cologne is overproof. Cool, because it makes easy to sell. But remember, overproof normally is what you burn on the top of the cocktail with the cinnamon for the fire. So I was surprised, honestly, but I find it cool because my point is a good daiquiri is better than 10 shit daiquiris.
Yeah.
So make me a regular dame, because you know, maybe the nuclear daiquiri, what they call the nuclear daiquiri, which is just pure overproof. Hit me. Why not? But that's not what I'm expecting of a cocktail, also in the history of cocktail. So when I saw the Brut de Cologne at the final and the daiquiri, I was, yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. That's good for the product because the daiquiri and the essence of this cocktail serve the rum. So shaking a daiquiri with the agricole, with the Cologne, that's cool. But as I said, I want to thank you because you're the only one who's going to make it. No kidding.
this is not our fault.
Normally,
it was a blind test, you know. This is your fault about your rum.
Yeah, because the 56, take the 56.5, the agricole, the organic, the 56, that's even strong for the European palate, 56. For me, it's just what I'm expecting from a rum, even from an agricole rum, because you know, in the island, you only have up 50. There is nothing under 50. So make me a daiquiri with a 50 rum, for me, it's just logical, makes sense. Take the history of the daiquiri, normally it was making picture. So back to daiquiri shake with a long dilution by shaking, a 56, a 74 or a 73 makes sense. But as I said, makes sense for you because guys, you know how to drink strong, how to taste strong, well-made spirits, not Boothe, well-made spirits, and how to use them. Take a look. You travel a lot, Chris. Have a look. Whose body shake you daiquiri with 74% alcohol? Who's made it? Nobody. I was drunk once in Liebenstein in Berlin because the project was getting drunk. And what did they shake? Hamden. So you had, well, let's say, you shit daiquiri, but the purpose was not the taste. It was 4 o'clock in the morning or the evening. It was just about getting drunk as quick as possible. And you had 20 bartenders from around the world who just played the game. We go. That's no taste. Here's the line. Walk with the line. Okay, guys. So we are there. We're dead. Okay, cool. I know the game. But the purpose was honestly is just by getting smashed. If you go to a friend of mine, maybe you've been there, the Dirty Dick. You know what we call today the smash daiquiri? It's not even the purpose to taste it. It's just smash, swallow in one sip. So today, honestly, I'm honored because you understand the spirits, you've tasted, you choose it, and you use it for me, which is the best way because, as I said, shaking is the technique will bring the most of dilution. So it's going to have the liquids, the spirits, to open itself. And if you open a spirit of 74, 73, or 7, you've got taste. You've got aromas. So for me, guys, I have to thank you. But as I said, culturally seen, you're the only one in Europe who do this.
Sorry. Not only in Poland, you know, we have also guests from United Kingdom and Bruce, other I forgot this name of this country.
Let me explain you. Normally, what I say to the people when you go on Boothe de Cologne, the way to use it, it could be like news in the car. So you want to kick your daiquiri, make a regular 4. If you go on 2 ounces, 6 CL, let's go. Go on 4 of whatever, 40, 50, 55, 60, and had 2 CL. And it's got to kick and kick the daiquiri. You got a shit day, make a 4 of Boothe de Cologne of 2 regular 40 or 50. And for me, honestly, the way to introduce people to this spirit is just use it as a kicker. Use it as the noose in the cocktail. Please don't burn it on the top. Makes no sense. It's a waste of spirits, a waste of good spirits. Had a splash, whatever. I don't know. Wash your shaking or your shaker with a rum. I don't know. Rinse your glass even. There is a beautiful cocktail, guys. If you're ready to do it, there is a beautiful cocktail before Prohibition called the gin in it. And I have a talk with guys. The gin in it was a regular simple cocktail. It was bitter and spirits. So you like, if you know the Thadarak, you wash the glass with the bitter and you add the frozen spirit. You love booze, you love spirits. Wash the glass with the Tangerine bitter or regular orange bitter and add 5 of the Boothe de Cologne. Then you have a drink, a well drink. And as I said, it's a recipe from pre-prohibition. So rum in it, I call it. So I have to thank you to serve the product, to use the product, and to well drink the product.
Okay. So can you tell us something about this specific project?
Yeah. Do you want me to get to boring you?
No, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
So here the product. Okay.
Yeah.
When you think about the spirits, the thing is, I'm gonna have a sip. The only question for me is I never ask for the degree when I have a tasting. Never ever. Normally I'm trusting the people in front of me who are gonna explain me that you got a master distiller or a rum master, blah, blah, blah. And that normally it's a well-made blah, blah product. There is only one thing that we know as professional, as a friend of mine, Gary Reagan, alcoholic professional that we are. The thing is the nose first, start. If the nose is burned, that you know the spirit is not well made. The second thing for me is when Marc Sassier create this line of product, you have to rethink the way you drink it. Because you don't drink like a 40 or a 50 degree. I don't think so. If you used to drink strong, and I always say in seminary, what is strong for you, Christoph? What is strong for you? I don't hear you.
I don't know, 75, 80 maybe?
For you, oh, fuck, I don't want to have a party with you. We had a party, but I don't want to party with you anymore. We lost you. For me, strong, as I said, strong means not, if you're already on wine, a 40 degree is strong for you. For me, 40, strong means 60, 65.
Okay.
And peu à peu, you walk the line, you walk the way. So the thing for me is, honestly, that spirit means you have to rethink the way to drink it. Or what I said is just that the purest expression on hers of agricole AOC rum. We distill between AOC rules, appellation d'origine contrôlée. We distill between 65 and 75, not 64 and 76. We respect these rules since more than 20 years. We know why we distill between 65 and 75, because that's the best expression that we can have of a lot of our aromas that we want. So when we have it, it's made of, if you have the 74.2 or the 73.7, between 2 months and 4 months reduction without water, just by breathing. So that's organic rum, AOC, Martinique style, the purest expression on earth from the AOC. Maybe you have someone who's going to come and say, you know what, how do I recall rum 89? Because you're going to distill 90. That's not AOC. That's not the room that we serve and that we work on. But today, at the time we speak, at the time we're going to have a tip, that's the purest organic expression of agricole rum AOC. And as I said, we don't have one Brut de Cologne, we have two. The first time we had a batch about 6,000 bottles. The bottle spent 2 months, in inox tanks. Because it's organic, you're not the master, and Marc Sassier at the time is not the master. He has to follow the evolution of the product. So for the first batch, I don't have to say batch because it doesn't go through the bottles. But for the first distillation, it was a 2 months reduction. As I said, no water, just breathing. For the second distillation, it was 4 months. And the rest is volatile, it is. Greeny, it is. The sugar notes are amazing. The burns is, honestly, you don't have it. And I can give you once, I don't know if you ever been trained to taste, because I will reformulate my question. How do you taste those kind of spirits, guys? If you're ready, I'm going to share you the tip of Marc Sassier. Marc Sassier, the master distiller of St. James, is also rum master. He won the title. So he gave me a tip once to taste that kind of spirits. And the tip, if you want me to share it with you, is the tip he used at the distillery. The tip is not elegant, but the tip serves the purpose of tasting. So do you want to know the tip of Marc Sassier, or you don't want? Tell me.
Yes, please.
Hello. It's simple. Every time that I say strongs means everything and means nothing. My wife drinks only wine. When she had a drink with 40, she's lost. For me, it's 60, up 60. Christian, is for you 75. So the thing is, when you think something going to be strong for you, the first thing you're going to do, we're going to drink with our mouth. So it's not elegant, but it's efficient. You just put your glass, put a finger in the glass, hit the spirits, and in front of the teeth.
First thing that this is reserved only for cocaine.
Maybe with the recipe in the 80s in Colombia, I don't know. your engagement, your word. As I said, because the mouth is beautiful made. The saliva, the water, and the enzyme are well made to taste, but we have to drink with our brain and with our mouth, not against. So the first thing is really take a drop on the finger in the front of the teeth, and then you will see the first aromas picture. If you like it, if you taste, you can go on the next step. If this tape, you don't like it, stop it. Make no sense. The drop, because the spirit is strong, the water, there is a lot of water with the less of spirits. The water cut the worms, the enzyme helps the aromas. So you've got what we call the primary print of the aromas of the spirit in the mouth. And as I said, tasting it at least 3 times. First time, you like it, we go on the next step. Next step, a small sip, a small one. Clear wheel, but don't drink it. Don't drink it. The first step is good, the second is fine, then you can go on sipping. You taste with your brain, you taste using your mouth, using the water, the saliva of your mouth, then your brain is already know, oh, it's got something gonna happen. Oh, that's quite strong. What I know today, I'm not burned, so the spirit is well made. I don't have a soapy note, means there is no reduction by the way in this one, but if you take spirits with reduction, the reduction is well made also. That's also a tip if you like. Maybe when you're gonna taste spirits, you have what I call the soapy notes. Reduction, water don't like alcohol, alcohol don't like water. So reduction, it's time. And sometimes people push on the reduction. They make it quick. So the water don't have the time to get in the spirit, the booze don't have to get the water. So when you're a professional drinker, you can also in a second see, oh, that the bad spirits, the reduction is bad made. Back on this one, first step in front of the teeth, second step, a small sip. Don't drink it, please. We are professional taster, and then have fun.
Okay.
And I use it protocol of tasting for every spirit. Every spirit. My palate is my work, is my tool of tasting. This spirit is for me, it's not a smashing spirit, it is tasting spirits. And as I said, when you produce such a spirit at that kind of level of alcohol, for me, we have to rethink how to use it. So what I have to say, and only what I have to say, less is better than more. Definitely. So you want to finish your day as quick as possible. That's something else. Breathing, a lot of air. The freezer, like Voda, can really serve the spirit. No kidding. I love Voda, you know. I love strong Voda, definitely. But this rum, I have a bottle of this rum in my freezer. And sometimes, even with the glass, the tasting of glass is also in the freezer. For me, that kind of spirits needs another approach of tasting and drinking. Smashing this person every day. We can do it with everything. That kind of product, no. Deserve a little of attention. And the rest is yours. Hope you like it, guys.
Oh, I like it. I like it much. So
yeah,
I'm
sugarcane.
I'm not only one because you know people choose this from the blind test. So you know it's not our fault that we like it.
Sorry, we apologize. You like it.
Okay, Steven. Listen, do you want to tell us something more about any new advices?
I will say that every Brut de Colon that we made is each one is not the tasting, not the first. The second thing I have to say honestly, thank you for the work you do. And I mean it, you know it. Thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't come to Rum Love Festival. Problem of blah, blah, blah. But I'm sorry because I will enjoy being Poland. The first thing, I hope we're going to win. I hope we're going to win. But the best should win. I hope.
Yeah. Now, I don't know what's going in next step because I am waiting for five, I think, people with their scores. So I got already 20, but
Yeah.
I didn't have a chance to put them together. I did about 10 or 11 already. But you know, everything can change, so I don't want to.
I have a question, please. I have a question. Sorry. What is the recipe of the daiquiri you used?
4
The
to
measure, please. What
4
the
to
measure
1.
of?
4 to 1.
4 to 1. So 4 cl, 2 of lime, and 1 of sugarcane syrup.
Similar, yeah.
I will go on 5, but okay, 4 to 1 is if the spirits have something to express, it will give me 4. Okay, I'm confident.
5 to 1 on Brut de Cologne will be lethal.
Okay. Although for the daiquiri, because that's a daiquiri day, what they call today, for me, it's like, you know, gin and tonic. It's written on this cocktail. It's called gin and tonic, and not tonic and gin. So for me, the measure will be at least, as I said, 5 to 6. 6 could be fine. It's still for me a sour drink, and not a sweet sour, because I saw a lot of recipe when people, you know, they go on 1-1 lime and sugar because they want you to go on sweetie. I don't share that, and the history make it for me as a sour. Although 6-3-1.5 or 6-3-1 could be surprised, but as I said, for me, even the variation, the Bacardi variation with the or I will go with what I do sometimes, the cordial, a regular cordial with the rum. Means I'm gonna cook a pineapple with the rum, then sip it in rum bowl and add some sugar. And then you have a fresh cordial with the taste that nobody can have. It's easy to make. A passion pineapple, and then I don't add any sugar at all. I will go on more rum.
Yeah.
I will go on more. Because daiquiri for me is if you think about this cocktail, remember the story of Hemingway with the Papa Doble. Doble means doppel. So he wanted more rum and not more sweet. So no sweet at all, by the way, because he was on diabetes. So you said 4 to 1? Cool. How do we get, when do we have the result?
Tomorrow.
Please. Oh, fuck. Anybody has question? Because I'm sure you have a lot of people maybe coming. So anybody has question, guys?
Maybe more question will come because I think for sure I will publish this video tomorrow on social media. So many people will see it for sure. Not only judges, you know. so we will see tomorrow.
Remember, as I said, a friend of mine, a friend of our bartender, professional drinker. As I said, we are professional alcoholic. His name was Gary Reagan. Think of Gary Reagan, please.
Yeah.
Memory of.
I think Pablo has one question.
Yep.
Yes, so two remarks. First, congratulations, actually seeing the results. Like your Brut de Cologne was a huge surprise for me. Like it was the strong number 2 for me, and the number 3 was far below it. So like I think you have a shot on winning. It was a huge surprise for me. The number 1 I won't reveal, but like it was not that big of a surprise. Number 2, like yours came super strong. Although another remark, I'm super sad that the Krzysiek didn't include the illegal St. James, because it's not agricole St. James with the shoe that's actually made on pure pot steel.
I will talk about it because it's not illegal. So
well, it's not AOC, it's not agricole. It's legal. You can make it. You cannot call it rum agricole.
So I'm the one, by the way, I'm the one who pushed it. I saw it. Let me explain you a short story. I was dealing with the marketing Europe manager of St. James. But my first métier job is bartender and cocktail historian. And I came to this office and we talked since a long time. We were working since already 3 years together. And then I saw this ball with the red etiquette on the side. And I said, Séverin, please, what this? I said, Stephen, what do you mean? What this ball over there? He said, it's Cœur de Chauffe. Okay, can you tell me more about it, please? I said, you know what? We distill it every 2 years. We normally don't do it anymore because it's not AOC, as you said, and we already work since our think more than 20 years, but it's still part of the history of St. James, of St. James. And I said, please give me the ball. I want to taste it, please. I tasted the ball and I said, fucking good. And I said, this is the kind of rum when I'm searching for Tiki, for Mai Tai, for Zombie, for Hurricane, for Jungle Bird, for whatever. I said, you know what? What we have, it's part of the history of the agricole rum. It's the part of the history of St. James. It's perfect for this typical rum cocktail culture. Honestly, a regular Mai Tai with a Cœur de Chauffe make it amazing because of the fatness of the rum. So I pushed it and I said, you know what? We have to talk. And as I said every time, it's not our, as you said, it's not illegal. It's not part of the history what the brand actually is building. Definitely. But that's part of the history of what is rum. And if you think about this ball, when you watch, look please, ganz precisely on the etiquette of the ball. You see a small, tiny things. His nickname is the elephant. It's an alembic. And we're actually working on make it capable to reproduce rum. So for me, this Cœur de Chauffe is part of St. James history. It is important because this tradition of pot still rum is a part of the history of rum and also of Martinique rum, definitely. I will not tell you what I'm going to produce next year, but history is history. And I'm proud too that St. James proposes you what we do today, even with this Cœur de Chauffe, the most purest expression of organic AOC agricole rum style, definitely, that's St. James, but also the history of pre-AOC rum. And the fact that it's still on 60 respect the code of what agricole rum means also. So for me, I found it cool for the brand, cool for the people because it means people have taste. Because that's a damn good well rum, definitely. And even a Tiponche or regular Tiponche with the Cœur de Chauffe, make it cool, honestly, make it cool. But as I said, for me, the Cœur de Chauffe is the first time I sip it and I said, wow, Mai Tai with it. And my recipe of Mai Tai, and by the way, the second recipe of Mai Tai, the original recipe of Mai Tai, the second one, was made with St. James. And I shake Mai Tai. I asked my friend Jan Burrell, I'm going to tell you the recipe. And when I do a Mai Tai sometimes, I use the amber one, the dark one, and Cœur de Chauffe. And you have a Mai Tai. Wow. Wow. So honestly, for Daiquiri, makes sense? Yeah. It's a rum culture cocktail, definitely. And I find it cool. For the history of the brand, that's past. But for what we are as professional rum lovers, that's part of our history. So I find it cool.
I have a special sentiment for Cœur de Chauffe because it was actually the first rum from the cane juice I ever enjoyed. I've tried like 20 different agricoles before, and it never clicked. This one like really clicked for me, and it unlocked me. And since then, I am able to appreciate the agricole. Although I still think I prefer Cœur de Chauffe to Boothe de Cologne. I think both are great, but for me, Cœur de Chauffe is even better.
The Cœur de Chauffe is, as I said once as a joke, maybe you know Roger, Jamaican brand ambassador for rum. You know Roger? A big guy, really big guy.
Roger Barnes.
And, yeah, friend. And once it was in Fulham, by the way. And once I kicked him in the in the back, And I said, you know what? The Curly shop is there to as a memory to Jamaican guy to know where they were used to do wild rums. And he said, Stephen, fuck you, but you're right. Because I used to work when I was training in Germany as a cocktail master. I have 2 German masters train me, and what we used for regular rum was Appleton. And I used, maybe never sip it, Appleton White, Appleton Dark, Appleton Special. That's for it's a longer time ago, 30 years. That's what we used to do cocktail in Germany. Appleton White everywhere. Appleton White was everywhere. It was the light one, it was a 45, it was, I don't remember, or 43. But the Cœur de Show for me the same direction. And for me, when Roger say it's a well good product, the Cœur de Show, I said, that's the best compliment I can ever have. The Jamaican person said, you know what? Well made. The same like you do, the same like you did. That's the best compliment, because part of agricole rum is pot still. And I've tasted, I don't have to say it because I don't have to say it, but I've tasted agricole rum for the 40s, for the 50s, for the 30s on pot still. Believe me or not, Jamaican could speak a little, not that loud. You have to remember that agricole rum.
Maybe that was Jamaican conspiracy that pot still is not allowed in AOC.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? But then I said, I have once been invited to have I think today, the greatest tasting of the century. No kidding. The guy has a lot of money. He opened 5 balls, 20,000 euros, 5 ball. We took about 5 hours to stir the rum. So we had each ball at least 2 hours opening time. And we have 2 balls of agricole rum before the 70s, once in the 40s. And believe me, honestly, no trouble. No trouble. If we talk about strong, of fat, of thickness, of aromas, deep aromas, we got it also in the Martinique at the old times. Definitely. And Cœur de Show is the memory of this.
Okay. Stefan, we have to be the next special guest, the last one. So thank you for coming. Thank you for your advices about drinking and trying to drink, especially strong rums. So we'll be in touch.
Thank you for the invitation. We'll be in touch. I'm excited.
Tomorrow I will send scores. So now I really don't know. Really don't know. I have
I really don't know too. I really don't know too.
But sometimes I didn't catch it. So you know. So I want to wait. I prefer to wait.
Let's play the game. Let's see, guys. Yes. Thank you for the invitation. Take care.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Bye. Thanks.
Enjoy your rum tonight. Bye.
Bye. Daniele, show yourself. Yeah, Danny. Hello, my friend. Hello.
How are you?
Oh, I'm super cool.
Still alive?
Huh? Once again?
Are you still alive, guys? Yeah?
Yes, of course. Come on, Danny.
How many daiquiris each of you? Like?
Too many. Far too many.
Just show like 3, 2, 4, 10, 20. Oh. So happy to see you. Ciao, Christoph. Hi, everybody.
Ciao, Daniele. Ciao.
So tell me what happened. I was out. Sorry, I couldn't join before. So tell me what happened. There is somebody mixing daiquiris in the world now, more than average, right?
Now, no. We drank all daiquiris before this meeting because
Why invite me now? Well,
we have still, listen, Danny, we have still some pure rums. So we want to talk about this project, about these rums. But I ask every judges to send me the scores before this evening, because I knew that during this evening
sharing is caring, Christoph. Sharing is caring. You should do like how many of us? 20 boxes with like samples, 3 centiliters of each daiquiri, and share. That's stuff you should do now. But we give you address in the chat. So why don't we do the next 20 minutes with microphone on, everybody? Let's make some party together.
Yay!
Let's do the opposite of what Christoph wants to do. Okay. May I smoke also?
No.
Okay,
party,
so
it's a party.
Now, just to understand, Christoph, you spoke about the guys before. I saw for 1 second Savanna and S.B.S.
Yeah.
And talking about rums, right? Or daiquiri?
Many rums, projects, production processes, stuff like that.
May I speak about the daiquiris and not the rums?
Yeah.
I don't have any PowerPoint to show you this time, don't worry. Okay, so I was thinking, you told me 20 minutes, and it's 20 years that I have rum in my blood, let's say. So, you know, waiting like Stefan, I put together like 20 points. So, and I give you what I think about daiquiri. I mean, what I learn about, if you want, through the white rums, you know, but I think you know Claren and Veritas and Hampden, so I don't have now to speak about the fermentation and the acetic something. So let's speak about the daiquiris, and if you want, again, micro on, because I wanna learn what is your vision of daiquiris as well. So, for example, 2001, this was my first point. 2001, I started working as a bartender in close to Milan, in a pub, you know, like an Irish pub, stuff like this. And there was quite a nice like selection of 10 rum, 10, 12, okay? Nice, but 12. And nice for my vision of rum. It was really like a 0.0, right? And Havana, obviously, trying to do daiquiris as best, okay? Learning on the books when internet was like not existing, was a ping tong, tang, like this. And Havana, I remember Havana Exquisito, a bottle that I never found again. Even on internet is impossible. And you know, Pampero by Diageo was like the #1. The most drunk in the worst bar of Caracas. This was the commercial, genius, okay? Boom of Pampero, which is like, as you know, Venezuela, and so super neutral, super light. But this was the point at that time, 20 years ago, Italy, obviously. And 2002, clubbing. Daiquiri, in that case, was like Bacardi, you know, Bacardi paying the bill to the big accounts. So disco and, you know, big volumes. And Soda Gun. So Daiquiri was basically a Bacardi and like this, a mix of whatever premix, citric acid and malic acid, bubbles. Don't drink drinks, especially in UK, because it's now because it remains there. Also a little bit in Germany as well, in Berlin last week. My experience like this. Don't drink, you know, Soda Gun, because the bubble explode in your stomach. Don't do it. So 2003, Daiquiri became better, much better finally, because I started running a bar that was Tex-Mex, you know, a restaurant, and also a bar with a lot of mojito, was mojito, okay? And Daiquiri was like the second guy, or nobody cares, because was still like in the perfect copette. And, you know, in this high volume, you don't go around like this. So mojito was more early 2000s, let's say. And so at the bar, like the, you know, the ticket when they, I don't know in English, the orders, 17 mojitos, you know, 17 people, 17 mojitos, you know, stuff like this. So 3 years there, Daiquiri so-and-so. Then I started a blog in 2007. Rum Club was only me and Peter Holland in online at that time. So rum for me was aged more than independent bottlers, the first Moon Import, the first, you know, old Demerara, old Jamaica. So I was, to be honest, the blog was not on mixology. The blog was a geeky, like the geeks 12, 15 years ago, right? Rum forum, you know, remember forums. So Daiquiri in that moment was not my stuff. Then in 2008, I started going to, and this is the point, to the Caribbean. Okay. Because when you go to the Caribbean, you have another point, like switch. Completely, you like this.
Yeah.
So you go to the Caribbean, and I started working for WIRSPA, which was the Association of Producers. So British world, okay, British heritage, let's say. And so Daiquiri, not Cuban, but going around and drinking Jamaica, white, so started drinking overproof and understanding the culture of the people that drink white rums. Okay, not aged rum. Age is for the selling to Europe and making the margins. The domestic market and the local people, they drink white. And so white Jamaica, going to visiting Appleton, visiting, you know, the distilleries part of the association. Richard Seal, Foursquare, obviously. ESA Field. I don't know if you know, domestic market, Foursquare is out with ESA Field. Same column only, so not pot and column like old Richard stuff. Column only, super cool, super smooth. Okay, top. Mount Gay, white, less popular, to be honest. In Barbados, more the age is in Barbados. And at that time, I mean, also now. And what else? Appleton white, as Stefan said, super good. And then, you know, I started working on these islands, and so more like Barbados and Jamaican kind of stuff. And when you are in the pool, I'm sure, I hope you've been there, you're in the pool, like sitting down in the pool with like on the counter, you know, and what do you drink? Doing nothing. End of the meetings, obviously. So after hard work, sorry, I was paid by European Union. That's why it's better to make sure. And sorry, European Union. And so what you drink there is let's say rum sour. Okay, the punch, obviously rum punch with like a grenadine, and you know. But actually, when you want to drink only lime and sugar and rum, they call it rum sour. They don't call it daiquiri. And so I started thinking why they call it in a different way if it's the same stuff. But it's not the same stuff, okay? It's just another way, maybe with ice, because actually those rums are pot and column mainly in Barbados or pot in Jamaica. And so you need culturally ice, okay? So, and there is less shaker culture because Cuba.
Working either.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I'm going like this, improvising. But actually in Cuba, the American influence in the prohibitionism, you know, brought the shakers and stuff like this, where in Jamaica, in Barbados, there is not locally this culture. So it's lime and sugar and another rum with another balance by itself, because the rum is different. And so culturally became like more with ice. Okay, so it's natural. Okay, so the definition of daiquiri was Cuban, and I started saying they call it rum sour because actually is a rum sour without the name daiquiri, which is like a Cuban, not you know, officially, but actually is a Cuban staff, right? And but I said, okay, it's lime and sugar. I mean, and then what happened? I stopped with Wirspa. I started going with in 2010. I started with Velier, right? And so in Velier, I arrived to Disneyland because Velier is a distributor in Italy with now like 50 rums white. I mean, 3 million, but 350, let's say, in the catalog white. And at that time was already like 15 or something or more, because actually Agricole was full of Agricole, Velier. And so I started, you know, with Maison in distribution because Luca was a friend of Gregory already at that time. Caruquera, because Luca was friend of the guys in Guadeloupe, you know, Longto Caruquera. Then St. James, at the time, not really, St. James came after. Bali was already there from ages. So what else? What else? So a lot of Agricole, Martinique, Guadeloupe, and then Ram. You know, my first trip in Velier was my first day, to be honest, working for Velier was taking a flight and going to Guyana with Luca to do the Demerara selections and more, you know, 95, those stuff. And with Capovilla in the same trip. And Capovilla just started with the Ram, you know, in Marigalant, you know, the orange label.
Yeah.
56 Agricole, but in pot still. So another stuff, okay, very innovative. There was not Agricole in pot still at that time, zero, right? So with Capovilla was Biel, sorry. Actually, we were there for the wedding of Jérôme, which is the son of Dominique Thierry, the nephew actually of Dominique Thierry, so Biel. So Ram was related to Biel. So a lot of ester. No, I don't want to say esters because Agricole was not esters. It's not based on esters. But let's say a lot of flavors, a lot of like perfume. And tea punch, right? So tea punch is a daiquiri. No, tea punch is a tea punch. But it's still lime and sugar. So, I mean, I was start, you know, confused and say, what the fuck is happening? Why, how they call it, right? No, I don't know. But actually, Agricole is also 50, 55, was 59. And so also there, they need the juice. There's not really a lot of juice. It's like 3 drops, but also essential oil, because essential oils interact with the same flavor of the Agricole rum, obviously. Okay, because also they don't cut. And so it's single columns. So it's current. And then if you put the juice, you put also a little bit of sugar, just a little bit, just to balance, or you can, or you don't, up to you. Ice, don't ask ice in Martinique because they kill you. Okay, so another Italian, you know, asking ice. Sorry. There are like 30 degrees. You're driving the car, and then it's like a 55 rum with no ice. I thank you, man. And so tea punch was not a daiquiri. Okay. Then in Velier, what I was doing was managing all this portfolio of rums. Starting from Brugal was 500,000 bottles at that time in Italy, which means a lot of budget, a lot of activations, marketing and stuff. And Brugal is a multi-column. So I was...
Was Brugal related to Velier in any way, like organizationally, or just connected to you?
No. Velier is the importer, exclusive and distributor of Brugal for Italian market from 1997.
Cool, thanks.
So again, the daiquiri became like light, but was still mojito time. But again, daiquiris were light. And so, you know, the daiquiri was the light guy of the whole lime and sugar and rum world, okay? Don't forget that caipirinha is lime and sugar and is sugarcane spirit, okay? You call it cachaça or whatever you call it, is an Agricole rum. Can be in pot still if it's on the mountains, and can be in multi-column if it's Pirasanunga 51, right? 51. So also what is cachaça and what is Agricole rum is another nice, you know, zoom to do. Anyway, so you have a lot of different kind of sugarcane spirits, and they are all very good with this crazy balance between lime and sugar. And Jesus Christ, it's fantastic. You don't know the name, but it's still fantastic. So in 2010, also I met Dom Costa, which is my Daiquiri legend, is another Latin rum guy, Cuban heritage. And so a lot of conversation, crazy interesting about what Daiquiri should mean, right? And then 2012 Claren. So I went to Haiti and my mind like exploded. And I started doing daiquiris also with Claren, you know, and maybe you like it, maybe not, you know, a lot of volatile acidity. And sometimes, you know, with the lime, right? That's why I don't do a caipirinha with, so don't smash lime with the Claren, I guess, because actually the essential oil in the skin of the lime doesn't interact with the volatile acidity of Claren, to make an example. But
well, you ask, maybe we like it, maybe we don't, but like there are two Claren in the final of the Daiquiri competition, so clearly people like it.
Yeah, exactly. You will find some people that they say, oh, this is Claren, so it's not a Daiquiri. Fuck you. I mean, the definitions are pretty stupid if you compare with the big diversity and biodiversity, right, of the products of the world, of the different heritage and different lime and juice and rum you can do. So at the end, I don't give a shit about names. Also, cachaça doesn't mean anything because there are 300 names to call cachaça in Brazil. They call it pinga, actually. So what is a pinga and lime and sugar? I don't know. I mean, it's a daiquiri. I don't know what it is. So it depends what you put. Then Savanna, I got crazy for Savanna, Lontan, Savanna Intense. Velier was full of like, well, really Disneyland, trust me. Then what else? 2012, other two stuff, sorry, 30 seconds each. Fish, you know, Slow Food, association of preserving, you know, the best food in the world. I mean, it's an Italian association, very global stuff, actually. Slow Food, right? They were organizing fish in Genoa, a big event on the fish. And we did a tasting of white rams 2013 at Fish. And was like ceviche oysters with rom and also other agricole with lime and sugar again. Because lime is with ceviche, you know, it's perfect. So why not pimp my ceviche with some drops of rom. So maybe we can do a daiquiri one day with some, you know, tuna tartare, inside, shaking with tuna tartare or with. Okay, so recipes are like a tricky stuff. Then, what else? Then I met Angelo. 2013, I met Angelo. This was like nice stuff. Angelo was actually a restaurant owner. I don't know if you know Angelo, big friend, big brother, the big brother actually. And
physically big.
Angelo was the owner of a super cool fish restaurant in Santa Margherita Ligure, close to Portofino, on top of a terrace, moving like natural wines like this with Magnum, you know, or 3 liters and 3 liters, you know, Angelo is and, you know, mixing the best bartender I ever met, trust me, because mixing things that are random, he turn around, he pick up bottles like you think is random because it's like this, and then best drinks ever. Also daiquiris, obviously, with ram, with the first bottle of Claren brought there. So the first experiment with Angelo. That's why I felt in love with Angelo. And actually, I told him, sooner or later, you will work for Velier, and actually what happened. And then 2013, Luca started with the collection, crazy. And collection was not only aged, why? So unaged rams collecting, why not having all the La Favorite 1933, 1934, 1935, 1936, 1937, 1938. They are all white La Favorite, but they are there from like 70 years in the bottle. So can you think a daiquiri with this? You have to go to Haiti, take a flight before making a daiquiri, get a lime of the 30s, like in Haiti, I mean, not like natural, old varieties, and take a flight back and take some sugar also from maybe from Haiti, and come back and make a daiquiri 1934. You cannot do it with like a shitty lime from Tesco or whatever, okay? Then, sorry, Joe, it was for you.
All right, I hear it, but thank you.
Then 2014, 15, Habitation Velier. Habitation Velier, a lot of white, right? Port Morant white was in the first batch. Can you imagine Port Morant white? 59%, Habitation Velier blue cup.
Yeah.
Worthy Park, 57%, 75%. Started 502 esters. What fucking are the esters? 597. What fucking are the esters again? So it was like a mess, but was interesting, right? To mix also daiquiris with this crazy stuff. And with Angelo, we said we have to dilute. If you don't dilute, you're fucked. So with Stefan said 40 milliliter, right, in a daiquiri. Yes, of course, with the funky St. James, I agree. Okay, with the multi-column, 40%, you go 60 and you're happy. When you go higher in the alcohol and higher in the esters, you have to dilute, because esters love dilution, because you know they need to be melted with the rest. Okay, esters are longer chain, so they need to spread up. If not, they remain on your tongue and you don't feel the flavor in the nose. It's just in the taste, right? Then, I don't remember, 2016, a trip in Brazil, stop on the mountain searching for cachaça that are like Claren at the end of the day, because they do same process. Coming back and making daiquiris, obviously. 2017, new colors. You know, Luca started calling this is interesting, calling these rums the new colors. Now, what does it mean? New colors means that till yesterday, there was only one color that was like a white or like a pale gray, you know, multi-column. So you cannot, your daiquiri will be like a monocolor and gray. Then when you have all the other rums, actually like a Pantone, you know, they represent many shades of different colors, you know, yellow banana or green agricole, different green, no? And so we started with the concept of Pantone, doing events in Milan with the backdrop of the bar with like 1 million colors, with Angelo with 1 million color like stuff on like parachute, let's say, I don't know, whatever it was. And was cool, you know, the new colors is a nice concept for your daiquiris, you know. Can be the name next year, Chris. And then 2018, daiquiris became American. I went to New York for 1 year. Americans are, I love Americans, you know, started doing daiquiris every night because my job was to drink daiquiri. So my job was the happiest in the world, because actually I went around for 1 year in New York City with expensive Maison and Velier, thanks. Basically drinking daiquiris all over to sell Claren and to launch Claren, and it worked. Also Daiquiris, you know, when they shake a daiquiri and they strain on shots to make from 1, you make like 4. So from 2 big shaker was like 30. So Daiquiris. Also Smaiquiris, that was with the kiss I invented personally. Then 2019, sorry, 2019 Veritas. 2019 was Ready Veritas. And Veritas also closed the point, because actually Veritas was really the new standard, okay? Not crazy funky Habitation, Claren, Grog, Port Morant, you know, whatever, but was like the guy there in between, the right place of the map, okay? Also in terms of price, not only in terms of flavor. So smooth, easy, and so I started, you know, selling this. Veritas was the answer finally. And then 2020 COVID daiquiris. I'm sure you know what I mean. 2021, the Daiquiri World Championship. This is something you are doing now. So I was in Paris, but Angelo with Luca, with Stefan Marzol from Kirsch in Germany, with Jimmy from Italy, with Christoph Hordina from UPB. So closed down there in underground in Velier cave, which is a bar, drinking like 70, I think, in the same day. With Angelo went geeky, was the geeky moment, Esther's and everybody crazy for
Was
now.
this snakivi or full daiquiris? 70.
No, 70 full daiquiris, because every daiquiri was, no, but I mean, we don't care. There was a lot of lime around. So, and rum is easy, I mean, and so 70 daiquiris, if I remember well, with weight, like a balance, weighting the glass, the ice, certification of the temperature, and this.
What is the correct temperature? What is the proper proportion?
No, I want Luca. Can you imagine Luca? He's the boss of a company like 100 people. No. I want to see again the Excel file of the pH, because I want to understand the pH and also the sugar. Which kind of sugar? Is organic sugar or not? Yes, Luca, is organic. And what about the lime? Is organic the lime or not? Yes, of course, it's organic.
Can we find the official Velier recipe? What temperature, what proportion for daiquiri?
Of course, I can, easy. And
you can we?
No, lime and sugar pre-batch by Angelo. Yep. So super balanced. So it was the same lime and sugar pre-batched. And same ice, with the same temperature of the blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Shaking the same seconds, because, shaking is important. And actually.
So how long? Give us the details.
No, was, I don't know the details. I mean, was like, there is on velier.it, go to Daiquiri World Championship and you find the big article.
Okay, thank you.
The infographics, we are subnormal, and so we did it. And then I cannot say the winner because he's part of our portfolio, but actually was blind, obviously, the tasting. I was blind, obviously, so super technical, blah, 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 and blind. But one product of our portfolio, I will not say which one, so don't ask me. And 2022, I didn't know what to say. And then I said, I am happy because now I do export. So I travel all over. Until 2 years ago, also Czech Republic, but also Asia, for example, say, we don't know what means Daiquiri, Daiquiri, Daniele here, he doesn't give a shit. I mean, your product is also expensive. We love you, Claren is strong, but, Veritas play the price, against Plantation 3 stars and what the fuck, and banks and the blends in blah, 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 a lot of stuff. I do that for like 24 hours a day. And I was happy because I'm start seeing stuff like yours, for example, or Daiquiri machine, the box, we launched the box 2 years ago with the mix pack of 6 with 6 rums inside, Rivers.
Yeah.
The first that is brought in my bag in Malpensa, 2008. The whole terminal was full of esters and superior alcohols, and my clothes dirty anyway. So high ester. Then Groghe from Capo Verde, Comunal, and Sajus, Rivers, and Long Pond Habitation Velier, the one with the red cap. So like a 3 kilo, it was heavier than the normal boxes because of the esters. It was like 3 kilos of esters in the box, so it was heavy. And then 2023, I don't know what to say anymore. Last week in Germany, I mean, I love German, any German guy, I love Germans. They told me, let's do a masterclass on esters. So actually I spent like 1 hour showing Excel files of my esters, you know, descending, ascending, infographic and stuff. And they still, they remain there, you know, it's very crazy. And then blind tasting with Brugal, because I was reminding my heritage, you know, Brugal, what else? One Agricole, Nissan, another, and maybe Veritas, and then 2 super high ester marks of Hampton. Showing this chart that my colleague at the end said, Daniele, you showed the same chart for 1 hour. And I said, no, is an Excel, but actually the number was the masterclass. Like, really? Holy shit. I mean, where I am, she told me, because she's new in the company. And I said, this is welcome to my, And actually, at the end of this masterclass, I showed the easiest, you know, tasting to do. That was 2023. That actually is the day I launched the Daiquiri in the bottle. So I closed the point and I showed this and I say, guys, drink it. And just after I showed the Excel file of, you know, Rivers, no, Claren, no, was Hampden, sorry, this is Claren. And with all the chemical analysis of the Daiquiri. So I don't want to say that Daiquiri has to become like a geeky stuff. So again, don't
but
do
it
it.
can.
Still remain, you know, in this world of like lime and sugar and just, you know, ice and my feeling, because actually it's a matter of feeling, is a matter of density of the rum and the kind of night you want to do. Okay, so the density of yourself as well. So I don't care when the people say Daiquiri is like only Cuban. The Daiquiri is a Cuban heritage and a Cuban, like a Cuban, right? And I understand marketing. I do marketing as well, okay? But, you know, definitions again are crazy. It's enough to think that when in the prohibitionism, the Daiquiri was like boomed, in the 30s, the Cuban rum was not the Cuban rum of today, because in the 30s was not multi-column, was not existing, right? And the separate fermentation. So at the end of the day, the Cuban rum at the time was like a probably column and pot or pot only. So at the end of the day, you know, we always search like emotions, and it's through like this flavor that we find the emotion. So you want to call it Daiquiri or rum sour. When I put it in the bottle, actually, I said, maybe they want to kill me because it's Rivers or Claren or Hampden, so it's not Cuban, and is in the bottle. Can you imagine? You know, but I can do it also with the Cuban. So I fuck definitions again. Go to the liquid, and is what you are doing. So I'm happy.
Somehow there's no Cuban in the final tonight.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately, exactly. Unfortunately, there's no Cuban. Because
well, maybe Joshua will bring high ester Cuban, like in high ABV, and it will be in the next year.
It's gonna happen, probably. You're right. What else? 2024? I don't know. So
no idea.
Time will show.
Sorry, I invented, guys, this timeline like 30 minutes ago. But so
also,
that,
all 2024 trade secrets of Velier we are not allowed to hear yet.
yeah, question if you want. I mean, no question, but just open your microphone again and tell me what is your Daiquiri, what is your, why you drink Daiquiris, for example.
Because Chris ordered us to.
I can give you another answer, partly because Chris told us to, but also because it's easy. I'm not a bartender. I don't understand. I haven't got the palate to mix things. I don't understand how things pair together until it's in my glass. And a daiquiri is there's low ingredients, low hassle, low skill, and I can manage to do it. And if I fuck it up, I really fucked up. Like they're all.
I would say that is essential.
Yeah, and it's tasty.
So essential also need the good ingredients, you know. Angelo told me pasta al pomodoro you know, pasta, olive oil, and tomato, right? So if you change the pasta, it change the pasta al pomodoro. If you change the tomato, change everything, and you balance the olive oil with the tomato. Okay, you balance. We balance stuff. We balance food that are savory or more saltier or with more acidity. We do that in food every day. So why not adapting the lime and the sugar to the rum we use, diluting more? Why not 30 ml with the overproof Jamaica? Because if you do 60, I mean, you are fucked. So everything has to be adjusted because we are like humans and smart. So don't stick to the recipes, okay? But also with lime and sugar, not only with the rum. But I mean, changing the rum is the point. You know? If you don't change the rum, why you drink Daiquiri?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice story. Really, really nice story. I'm impressed. First time I heard it. First time. So yeah.
I should stop with daiquiris. No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. What would be your next daiquiri next year? What do you think will be your new daiquiri of choice?
Next week we launch El Amparo, Ecuador. He's a guy really on the mountains. He's not a Romero, which is good, but he's a big distillery. I mean, he's a medium distillery. This is really like a Claren, guys. We made a research of 24 Ecuador rums with a local guy, and we selected this El Amparo, and we launch it next week. So my next daiquiri will be with El Amparo.
Very nice. That sounds fun.
I'm curious. I'm curious. One of the best of daiquiri of this competition is from Ecuador.
The best is the next.
So maybe the best is the next. Yes.
We also talked about the ratios of when you're making a daiquiri. What would your ratio be? I'm guessing from what you said, it depends very much on what rum you're using.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Of course.
For Claren Communal, what would be your ratio to give us a reference point?
But again,
you did a daiquiri every day in New York for 1 year. What was your ratio in New York?
I was leaving the bartenders doing it. I was on the other side, you know.
You were the supervisor.
No, the other visor, let's say. But no, I don't know. Again, Comunal is 43%. No need to be diluted for the alcohol. Maybe need to be diluted because it's a Claren. It's a blend of Claren. So it's 43, but it's a blend of Claren. So it's, in terms of, how can I say, pure alcohol, you know, when they say by liter of pure alcohol. So in terms of ester, it's very high. And so maybe dilution will help, not in terms of alcohol, but in terms of giving smoothness. Okay. So maybe not 50, 45 ml, I mean.
Interesting.
And then lime and sugar, up to you. I normally go dry, like sour. I don't go sweet. I mean, but nobody of you drinks sweet daiquiris, because you will not be here if you drink a sweet daiquiris. No, sweetness, you know, sugars, to be honest, sugar link the flavor. So sugar is important. When you do super sour with the myth of sour only, you know, and not sugars, then is also there a mistake, an exaggeration. So need sugar. But as Stefan said, it's like 25-15 lime and sugar. Then it depends on the sugar. I mean, it depends on the sugar. If it's 2-1 or 1-1 or made at home. And which kind of sugar, of course. So I don't have an answer, Joe.
Okay.
No, I don't like answers in general.
You don't have answers, you have only spreadsheets, and they're too long to present.
But I guess that's part of the fun, isn't it? You know, I've used a consistent kind of ratio the whole way through, but some of
Well, you have to when it's blind.
exactly, but some of them I've smelt and I've tasted on neat, and I've wondered what it would be like if I was to tweak the recipe for the daiquiri for the rum that I'm using in the daiquiri. But I guess that's where the skill of a bartender is most useful.
What
because
I can say is that the day you make a daiquiri, make it two, one with 40, one with 45, and the day after again with another rum, and the day after again, and the day after again.
I like that.
So, but also when you taste rums neat, to be honest, tasting two at a time, maybe similar, maybe one that you want to try, and another rum that, I mean, is a benchmark for you to let you understand what you want to understand by the rum number one. It's what you have.
It's always easier to compare than just evaluate in the void.
Yeah, I agree.
Exactly. If you make a daiquiri with rum fire, do it also one with the grand nephew.
Yeah.
And then, you know, day by day is going to be easy. It's not a matter of 45 or 55 or 35. Obviously, check the proof. Okay, check the proof. This is easy. Okay, 60 ml for 40% alcohol rum, or 50. You go to, if you go, it's enough to go to Simon Difford is 50 and IBA is 60 and liquor.com is 45. You say, what the fuck, you know? So it start from there. With all the three are Cuban rums. Okay, first page is Cuban rum. So 50 to 60 change a lot, if you think.
Yeah, definitely. That's interesting.
But
maybe
go lower when the proof is higher. You go lower. This is obvious. And then if you have a crazy rum, go lower again and shake more to dilute more. Okay, and then the balanced lime and sugar again is up to you. Sugars help, you know, the esters to link, but at the same time esters are very heavy and so remain in the mouth. If you go higher, maybe you feel more in the nose and less in the mouth, the flavor of the daiquiri.
Also, controversial question: does it make sense to make daiquiri with aged rum? Because daiquiri is like a spotlight to highlight some features of the rum. Does it make sense to make a daiquiri with some aged rum? Let's say Appleton Hearts. No, a tiny one, not the full size, but like a quarter of a daiquiri. When you measure
I answer like this: take a bottle of Caroni, 1994, whatever.
Well, I don't have any. If you could provide me one, I would happily take it.
No, exactly. I will give you, because I don't ask you to open a bottle of Caroni for that, obviously.
Yeah.
So I will give you like a for CL.
Yes, very happy to take it.
And it is a very bad daiquiri. Don't do it.
Really?
But you know why? Because it's so woody, so tannic. Then, you know, tannic with the citrus and both with lime, you know, cold. Tannic cold is like when you drink a very cold red wine, very tannic. Shit, you don't drink red wine cold. So, for example, aged rum, yes, but with the lesser note of wood,
okay,
and higher note of fruits like a young Barbados, a young Jamaica. Yes, gold, daiquiri, whatever you call it.
So what rum, could you give an example of rum you have in mind to make aged rum daiquiri?
No, again, young guys, not too tannic, and with some flavor, because flavor gives a body. So flavors are esters, right? Esters are long chain, and long chain means body. So that's why when you shake, they are still there, okay, what the fuck, come here. On the contrary, if you go with light esters, they are more sensitive to the tannins. So light rum, very old, no. Young rum, body oily, smooth in the mouth, yes. I don't know which one, up to you.
Can you try Pavel Daiquiri on mobile highest RAM? I mean age to 151. 100.
No, my game. Then there is like there is no limit to experiment, and I don't care about limits.
I appreciate that. I just thought like with experience, you might have an idea.
No, exactly. Go ahead and make daiquiris. This should be a nice moment instead of listening me to make a daiquiri. And then we meet in 30 minutes and we share.
That sounds like dangerous.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun. If we could only teleport, that would definitely be a fun night.
CL, I have time. Okay. Guys, it was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you very much. Was fun.
Thank you for what you do. Keep doing daiquiris, all different. Enjoy.
Danny.
Cheers.
Thank you. Bye.
Danny,
Ciao, ciao.
it was a pleasure.
Ciao,
And
ciao.
see you next time. Bye, Danny. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
We are alone. Yes, some guy, Ram Explorer, is also here. You can kick him.
Yeah, but we still speak in English.
Speak English.
Still speak English.
We are half and half in English, half in Polish language, I think.
Few decades later, it might happen like spontaneously.
First of all, I have to stop recording. Give me a second.